Vâng ạ. Kính chào quý vị đại biểu, các vị khách quý cùng toàn thể khách mời tham dự hội nghị Blockchain toàn cầu ngày hôm nay. Thay mặt ban tổ chức chương trình, xin được gửi lời chúc sức khỏe trân trọng nhất đến tới toàn thể quý vị đang có mặt trong hội trường ngày hôm nay ạ. Greetings to all the esteemed guests. First, we'd like to express our gratitude for your attendance of the Global Blockchain Congress. On behalf of the event's organizers, I wish you all good health and great success. Thưa quý vị, công nghệ blockchain đang phát triển hơn bao giờ hết, mở ra những ứng dụng tiềm năng cho nhiều lĩnh vực như là tài chính ngân hàng, bán lẻ, vận chuyển hàng hóa, sản xuất và viễn thông. Và Việt Nam cũng không nằm ngoài sự thay đổi này. Là một trong những nước dẫn đầu trong cuộc đua blockchain, các dự án và sản phẩm blockchain của Việt Nam trong những năm gần đây đã thu hút được rất nhiều sự quan tâm của cộng đồng thế giới. Chính vì vậy, lần đầu tiên sau 9 kỳ tổ chức, Ban tổ chức sự kiện Hội nghị Blockchain toàn cầu đã quyết định chọn Việt Nam làm điểm đến đầu tiên ngoài khu vực Dubai để tổ chức hội nghị. Now, blockchain technology is becoming more developed than ever, and this has opened new development orientations for many fields in the banking sector, finance, retail, logistics, manufacturing, and telecommunications. And Vietnam is not an exception to this change. And as one of the leading countries in the race to develop blockchain, our projects and productions have attracted great attention from the international community in recent years. Thus, for the first time ever, the organizing committee for the Global Blockchain Congress have chosen Vietnam as the first destination outside of Dubai to hold the event. Vâng ạ. Hội nghị Blockchain toàn cầu là một sự kiện khép kín và độc quyền dành cho những nhà đầu tư và những công ty blockchain tiềm năng đến để giao lưu, trao đổi thông tin cũng như chia sẻ kinh nghiệm nhằm mang đến cơ hội kết nối giữa các doanh nghiệp trên thế giới. Là một trong những nước luôn hướng đến hội nhập và hợp tác quốc tế, sự kiện có lần đầu tiên tại Việt Nam này hứa hẹn sẽ trở thành nơi khởi đầu cho những cơ hội hợp tác đầu tư trong tương lai giữa Việt Nam và các tập đoàn hàng đầu trên thế giới. The Global Blockchain Congress is a closed-door, exclusive event for esteemed investors and blockchain companies to exchange ideas, insights, and experiences to foster opportunities and connection between enterprises around the globe. And as one of the countries that always aim for international integration, this first ever held event will become a starting point for business cooperation, opportunities between Vietnam and world blockchain corporations, especially Dubai. Tham dự hội nghị lần này về phía cơ quan lãnh đạo, chúng tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Nguyễn Mạnh Tiến, Phó Chủ nhiệm Ủy ban Đối ngoại Quốc hội ạ. Mr. Nguyễn Mạnh Tiến, Deputy Chairman, Committee on Foreign Affairs. Ông Nguyễn Minh Hồng, Chủ tịch của VDCA, nguyên Thứ trưởng Bộ Thông tin và Truyền thông. Mr. Nguyễn Minh Hồng, President, VDCA and former Deputy Minister of Information and Communications. Ông Phạm Quốc Hoàn, Phó Giám đốc Trung tâm Chứng thực Điện tử Quốc gia, Bộ Thông tin và Truyền thông. Mr. Phạm Quốc Hoàng, Deputy Director General of the National Electronic Authentication Center under the Ministry of Information and Communication. Ông Đặng Minh Tuấn, Chủ tịch VBU Liên minh Blockchain Việt Nam. Mr. Đặng Minh Tuấn, Chairman of the Vietnam Blockchain Union, VBU, cùng các đại diện đến từ Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông, Bộ Ngoại giao, Bộ Công an, Ngân hàng Nhà nước Việt Nam và Bộ Tài chính. Về phía ban tổ chức, xin trân trọng được giới thiệu ông Hadi Malaeb, nhà sáng lập và CEO của Agora Group. Mr. Hadi Malaeb, Founder and CEO of Agora Group. Ông Trần Đức Trọng, nhà sáng lập và CEO của V2B Labs. Mr. Trần Đức Trọng, Founder and CEO of V2B Labs. Ông Đặng Minh Tuấn, Chủ tịch VBU Liên minh Blockchain Việt Nam. Và ông Trịnh Ngọc Đức, Chủ tịch công ty TRIschien. Trịnh Ngọc Đức, Chairman of the TRIschien Company. Chúng tôi cũng rất vui khi hôm nay cũng có sự tham gia nhiệt tình của các công ty công nghệ. We are also very happy to have the attendance of tech companies in Vietnam and the world. Vâng, và để mở đầu sự kiện ngày hôm nay, xin được trân trọng kính mời ông Hadi Malaeb, nhà đồng sáng lập và CEO tập đoàn Agora lên có bài phát biểu mở màn. To kick off today's event, I would like to invite Mr. Hadi Malaeb, co-founder and CEO of Agora Group, to give the opening speech.
Thank you. That was quite an introduction. Esteemed guest, welcome with us this morning. I want to specifically thank every one of you for being with us today. I want to thank our esteemed speakers and guests and delegates. Special thank for the media as well, and for our dear sponsors, without whom the event cannot take place. This is a great day for Agora. This is the first day, the first time that we host the Global Blockchain Congress outside of the UAE. The Global Blockchain Congress has been hosted in Dubai for the last 9 editions, and this is the first time that we bring this event outside of the UAE. We chose Vietnam for many reasons. The first reason is the potential of Vietnam to become not only a regional but an international hub for innovation, for blockchain, and for foreign direct investment in the startup community. The infrastructure, whether it is human infrastructure or physical infrastructure that exists in this country, make it one of the most attractive attraction in the world for building a thriving blockchain and innovation ecosystem. The reason why we are hosting this event is to create a platform for international investors to come and see the potential of the Vietnamese entrepreneurs and the opportunities that are available for international investors here. This is one of the major reasons we are hosting the event. The second major reason is we want to create an annual platform for all stakeholders, both on national, regional, and international level, to create a dialogue and hopefully push the agenda of blockchain forward and establish a partnership between the private and the public sector to push the agenda forward. So thank you all for being part of this. I hope you enjoy the event, and it is my pleasure now to welcome Tony to the stage. Tony, thank you.
Hey, thank you, Hadi. Good morning. Welcome all of you to this Global Blockchain Congress, Southeast Asia's version in Vietnam today. Thanks for coming here. I'm Tony, CEO of V2B Labs. V2B Labs is a blockchain hub engaged in blockchain service, a leading lab in researching, investing, developing solution technologies and blockchain service, which arm of empower blockchain transformation on a global scale. As the co-host with the Agora Group, V2B Labs has support with events with all aspects from organizing, marketing, and inviting projects. V2B Labs is honored to be able to co-host with meaningful international event today. The first destination of Global Blockchain Congress in Southeast Asia with the TRIient Media and Solutions, VBU's Vietnam Blockchain Union, which will be very important to the blockchain industry in Vietnam and also the blockchain in Southeast Asia. Thank you for spending all the time of you today. Looking forward to a very successful Congress. Thank you. So please, please.
Hi everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the TRIient Blockchain Congress in Vietnam. I hope you've enjoyed today and having a wonderful time. My name is Gray, CEO of PHÁT of the Ages. It's our pleasure to be here today. PHÁT started as an ideas of metaverse where we want each and every user become whoever they want to be. And what journey we have been through. Our development path has a successful, amazing experience that would seem to be supporting FOTA for its innovations, for the metaverse that it offers. Even with downtrend market conditions, FOTA still finds a way to push forward. FOTA, as a AAA blockchain gaming project, aims to be one of the most transparent projects in Vietnam. We have successfully raised 8.3 million USD in our angel funding rounds. And that's also why we want to allow to be here today. And we are honored to become the title sponsor of the event. Last month, FOTA Ideal was sold out 5 minutes before the official launch. We would like to express our gratitude to those who believe in us and giving us the support we needed throughout our journey. There can be 100 people in the room, and 99 people of them don't believe in you or your project. But it's one and it changes your whole life. And in our case, it's what hobbyist investment, my brother will. Our lead fund, and this is a strategic partners since the beginning. Initially, we didn't receive much attention and recognition from the market, but hobbyists offered to invest in us and our visions despite the unstable marketing conditions. At the same time, and has been a long journey, the lead funds has been with us through ups and downs and offer support regarding of what the future might hold. Not only have we received finance support, but our lead funds has also guided us towards a cleaner path with a strategic development plan to ensure the development of our project. From there, our FOTA has become one of the pioneers of the GameFi industries in Vietnam. The leap we took impossible without the help of our lead fund partners. And for that, we also want to give back our fellow Vietnamese project. We try to adapt to create a brighter futures, not just FOTA, but also other projects in the blockchain industry, especially Vietnamese project. With the hope and belief that this congress in the place where the potential project thrive and prosper. And together, we win. Thank you.
Vâng ạ, xin cảm ơn bài phát biểu vô cùng là truyền cảm hứng vừa rồi. Thank you so much for the very inspiring opening remarks. Và hôm nay chúng tôi cũng rất vui khi có sự tham dự của ông Võ Xuân Hoài, Phó Giám đốc Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia Việt Nam, Bộ Kế hoạch và Đầu tư. Mr. Võ Xuân Hoài, Vice President of the Vietnam National Innovation Center under the Ministry of Planning and Investment. Và tiếp theo chương trình, tôi xin trân trọng kính mời lên sân khấu ông Nguyễn Minh Hồng, Chủ tịch Hội Truyền thông số Việt Nam VDCA, cũng là đơn vị bảo trợ truyền thông cho sự kiện. Xin mời ông.
Thank you. Good morning. Dear Dr. Nguyễn Mạnh Tiến, Vice Chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee, Vietnam National Assembly. Mr. Hadi Malep, co-founder and CEO Agora Group, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Vietnam Digital Communication Association, VDCA, I would like to warmly welcome all delegates attending the 10th Global Blockchain Congress Southeast Asia edition, which is held for the first time in Hanoi, the capital of Vietnam, today. Ladies and gentlemen, for many years, the government of Vietnam has demonstrated strong support for digital development and digital transformation. In terms of blockchain technology application, Vietnam has been open and adaptive to a worldwide level. Recently, a number of Vietnamese blockchain technology startup projects have been developed with many making a name for themselves internationally. For many years, VDCA has actively participated in the development and application of information technology in Vietnam and globally, bringing together a range of businesses in the twin field of communication and technology. This year, we are especially delighted that Agora Group has chosen Vietnam as the destination for the 10th Global Blockchain Congress, and VDCA a co-host of this international event. This conference is significant for the ICT community, especially those who are researching and developing blockchain technology, drawing in investment in terms of both human and financial resources, connecting Vietnamese and international businesses, and opening up cooperation opportunity in the future. In addition, the Congress helps promote Vietnam digital transformation and the digital economy strategy. VDCA is particularly grateful for support and patronage of the Ministry of Information and Communication, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Public Security, the Vietnam Union of Science and Technology Association, and the Hanoi People's Committee in the organization of this Congress. Thanks to Agora's coordination with Vietnam Blockchain Union, the Lion V2B Labs, among other international and Vietnamese partners in making this event possible. Thanks to participation of international and Vietnamese speakers who are attending and making an important contribution to the success of this Congress. Thanks to representatives of the press and media agencies who are attending and reporting on the event. I wish the Congress great success, wishing you all good health and success, wishing international friends and a meaningful time in the sidelines of the Congress to discover the peaceful and hospitable Vietnam. Thank you for your attention.
Vâng ạ, xin cảm ơn Nguyễn Minh Hồng ạ. Vâng, thưa quý vị, có thể nói là blockchain Việt Nam đang ngày càng phát triển mạnh mẽ. Trong top 200 công ty blockchain trên thế giới thì có tới 7 công ty là do người Việt Nam sáng lập. Và có khoảng 10 startup của Việt Nam trong lĩnh vực blockchain có giá trị vốn hóa lên đến 100 triệu đô la Mỹ. Vâng, và để có những thành quả như vậy thì chính phủ Việt Nam đang có những chính sách rất là ủng hộ và hỗ trợ về cái quá trình chuyển đổi số. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vietnam's blockchain scene can be considered quite dynamic. Among the top 200 blockchain companies in the world, 7 are founded by Vietnamese people, and about 10 Vietnamese blockchain startups have market capitalization of over 100 million US dollars. And to achieve such results, the Vietnamese government has created many support policies for digital development and transformation. Và những chính sách đó là gì? Những doanh nghiệp blockchain sẽ có những lợi ích như thế nào khi mà đến Việt Nam? Và để có thể hiểu rõ hơn về điều này, xin được trân trọng kính mời ông Phạm Quốc Hoàn, Phó Giám đốc Trung tâm Chứng thực Điện tử Quốc gia, có phần trình bày cụ thể về thúc đẩy đổi mới sáng tạo và công nghệ mới tại Việt Nam. Now, what are those policies? I would like to introduce Mr. Phạm Quốc Hoàn, Deputy Director General of National Electronic Authentication, to share some information on the promotion policy for innovation and new technologies in Vietnam. Thank you.
Alo, kính thưa ông Nguyễn Mạnh Tiến, kính thưa ông Nguyễn Minh Hồng, kính thưa tất cả các quý vị đại biểu. Lời đầu tiên tôi xin cảm ơn ban tổ chức cho tôi cơ hội để trình bày ngày hôm nay. Good morning everyone. Thank you organizer to invite me to introduction about the overview about the development of digital economy and blockchain industry in Vietnam. In my presentation, I talk briefly, and we are planning what to do next time related to how to develop blockchain industry and how to apply the blockchain in our economy, digital economy. First slide, I want to introduce about the national policy direction of our leader, our government. First is the resolution 52, and after that is we have a decision number 749 from Prime Minister approving the National Digital Transformation Program 2025 with orientation to 2030. After that, Prime Minister also approving the strategy to develop e-government toward to digital transformation, digital government. And in 2022, the Prime Minister also approving the national strategy for the development of digital economy and digital society by 2025 with the vision toward to 2030. I want to revisit because the government is recognized and aware the importance of the digital transformation program, and that is the key for the direction to develop the digital government and digital economy in the future. In brief, we can see like this one, because from 2020 is 2021 and 2022, it's a 3 strategy. And in plan is we also have a strategy of national data, because to implement the digital transformation of the government, it's very important to have the national data strategy. And after that, we also have the national digital firm development strategy, because this is a digital enterprise, how to have the many policy to promote how to develop the digital product and services. But do you see, can you see this? No planning right now for the blockchain. That is because this time we are discussing how to next is the national blockchain strategy development. This is the same last slide, because this is the National Digital Transformation Program, is including digital government, digital economy, and digital society. And before, under that is we have a program we call Make in Vietnam Tech Firm, because that is a kind of strategy to encourage, to incentive for the digital enterprise in Vietnam to make the product and service made in Vietnam. Next one is the digital economy concept. This in detail maybe next presentation Mr. Bao from MIC will introduce more detail. But this one is I want to give some brief. The digital economy in Vietnam, we have 3 concepts. First one is ICT digital economy. Second one is a platform-based digital economy. The last is a wider is a sector-specific digital economy. Because when we classify 3 kind of digital economy, it's apply some kinds of policy for each kind of digital economy. For example, the ICT is separate digital platform-based digital economy, and even field-specific digital economy. Because field-specific digital economy almost is apply the digital technology for development. Related to blockchain is I think everyone knows this one is a potential of blockchain industry from the Gartner from until 2030, because until 2030 they forecast global large scale is around 3 trillion US dollar in our the world. And the hypercycle for blockchain also from the Gartner, they forecast some kind of product and service developed from the periods of development. For example, the authenticate provenance decentralized web, web 3, decentralized exchange, smart contract, and NFT, stablecoin, decentralized identity, DeFi, blockchain interoperability, and tokenized smart contract. I think is something is they have on the field, but the earlier step. But I think this is very far potential for blockchain product and service may be applied to our world, our digital economy. But before to apply this kind of product and service in our economy, blockchain is one of technology that disrupt many things. So that need many change from the policy, from the regulation, and also from the government have to set the standard and the governance model, something like that. Also from the Gartner, they give 3 periods from the blockchain development from 2010 and 2020 is called the time of Internet of Content. From the 2020 to 2030 is Internet of Value. This one is our period. This one we are here to develop this area, this period, and next one we don't know until now what kind of when enhanced blockchain develop. But we have to get the opportunity from the blockchain technology is Internet of Value. This is the Gartner forecast, and I think last 3 years is quite the same. How can I say? It's information and the development is something like this. And I want to give some international case of the country. For example, first one related to blockchain development is China. China is the leader of China is a giver. How can I say, the spread for the country to get blockchain is one of the technologies they want to dominate the world. They, in fact, if you read China blockchain, it's many documents, and they try to develop many things. First, from the CBDC, from the blockchain infrastructure, and from the blockchain enterprise. For example, the Huawei, ZD, and many enterprise they have the blockchain platform. And one of that is they want to develop one of the country in the world leading the blockchain technology from high level of leadership. And they try from 2014 until now, it's many products from the Chinese, and they also participate in many standardization organization. For example, ITU, and WEF, something like that. Which is China is the dominate many areas related to blockchain in the world. The second one is India. India is they have the national blockchain strategy. They roll out one of framework of technical framework. India they have something quite similar existed in Vietnam, because they have some kind of ESI, DigiLocker, and eBlockCHEN. This is one of the some products they use PKI technology in the field, in the economy now, and now they develop the framework, and this kind of framework every company in India have to follow like this one, and from the top to the last, and they also give some planning from the year 1 to year 5. They don't give us some lesser longer, but 5 years, next 5 years they have to do something like this. And the third one is the European. European also one, they have the blockchain strategy, and EU want to be a leader in blockchain technology, becoming innovator in blockchain and a home of a significant platform application and company. Because you see the China, India, Europe, and other countries like US and Dubai and something, they also have the strategy related to blockchain. Europeans, they have a, how can I say, very formal way to develop. They give a blockchain standard. They have a European blockchain partnership and EU blockchain observative and forum. They also develop one of the how can I say, infrastructure run to the field right now is a European blockchain service infrastructure. This one is quite the same with the China. They have European develop infrastructure for many service, blockchain services based on that platform. The public sector provide many API for the other from the many countries, and then other business and individual can connect to use. In the case of European, they also from 2020 they give a proposal to use the blockchain is called in the EIDAT 2.0. This is because from the EIDAT from 2014 now they give proposal and they give some concept and legal effect of electronic ledger. Give the legal effect of the blockchain technology in the field. This is a legal bill. And they also give the digital identity wallet and the requirement for electronic ledger who want to provide the electronic ledger for the public. Also, the USA also give some state. They also give us the concept blockchain distributed ledger technology into the bill, not federal, but at the state. The situation in Vietnam, you know, last 5 years, blockchain is a keyword, and many startups and many hackathons and many conference workshops organized related to blockchain. This one is from the Chainlink index. The 2021 is Vietnam, the first one of the crypto adoption. Vietnam is the second related to DeFi adoption. This is a talk because we are here. The blockchain product and service is quite popular in Vietnam, especially it's young people. And some years ago, we also have some pilot project. For example, the agriculture product track and trace from T-Food, the bank LC, from some other some bank and the DAPAS, and some e-contract, some identity management. But this project is maybe that's a POC, after POC, not production. After production. And here is the name of the blockchain related business in Vietnam. For example, here is ACID, Infinity, Get to VN, Kyber Network, and Tongo Chain, something like that. For example, for the Kyber Network, some years ago, they have a market cap until 52, and Sky Mavic is 152 million. Product and service mainly is crypto, NFT, GameFi, DeFi, and the other. I want to some analysis here is, for example, we are here is a many pilot project, but that's after proof of concept. We don't how to say, go to the pre-production now because it's related to regulation. And something related to blockchain is a misunderstand related between blockchain and crypto, and the other thing is blockchain also some hack, fraud, and scam. And to size the opportunity of blockchain in 4.0 era, we have to overcome this challenge. And where can put blockchain for the digital government and digital economy? I think if everyone answer here is maybe everywhere. Depend on the regulation and standardization and the needs of the organization they want. And something I wonder to ask them, blockchain and DLT or crypto is this time is right time. This one, because why people until now still don't trust in blockchain, because now we have many intermediary authority, but now why do we trust in blockchain network instead of the intermediary? I think this needs time to approve. Okay. And I propose we are at the time of amending the electronic transaction law. This time we can add in the concept of blockchain, the same we learned from the European. The second one is establish a legal framework and policy for innovation based on technology, blockchain technology, for example, NFT, GameFi, DeFi, and the other. And also blockchain technology is the infrastructure for Web3 and Metaverse. We are proposal to building a national development framework, and for example, for digital asset, for applying blockchain in sector, and policy for blockchain development from the infrastructure, blockchain platform, blockchain service, and the other, something like this. And I hear is some proposal for collaboration, for example, collaboration to increase the public awareness of blockchain and crypto and CBDC, and collaboration of established policy and regulation, sharing experience of blockchain development and adoption, and collaboration in technical standard and interoperability. Yeah, this is my presentation. Thank you for the attention.
Vâng ạ, xin cảm ơn ông Phạm Quốc Hoàn vì những thông tin vừa rồi. Tôi đã nghĩ là những quý vị ở đây đã có những cái nhìn rõ nét hơn về những cái chính sách hỗ trợ thúc đẩy chuyển đổi số cũng như là quá trình phát triển blockchain tại Việt Nam. Và chúng ta cũng cả so sánh được những cái chính sách của Việt Nam cũng như là các quốc gia và khu vực trên thế giới. Và để tiếp nối chương trình thì xin được trân trọng kính mời ông Võ Xuân Hoài, Phó Giám đốc Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia lên chia sẻ ngắn gọn về chủ đề sự đổi mới sáng tạo của hệ sinh thái công nghệ thông tin tại Việt Nam. Xin kính mời ông.
Okay, good morning. Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank Agoda and VBU and V2B labs bring this event to Vietnam. Thank you. And my presentation in English, so I will present in Vietnamese. Okay. Thưa quý vị, trong cái bài trình bày vừa rồi của anh Hoàn cũng nói rất là nhiều về các cái thể chế chính sách của Việt Nam về thúc đẩy đổi mới sáng tạo và ứng dụng các cái công nghệ mới ở Việt Nam. Và qua đấy quý vị cũng có thể thấy rằng là Việt Nam cũng đang rất là mong muốn cởi mở và có thể như quốc gia UAE mà quý vị rất nhiều ở đây đến từ UAE đấy, hiện nay cũng thu hút được rất là nhiều doanh nghiệp ứng dụng các công nghệ mới, đặc biệt là blockchain đến với UAE, và Việt Nam cũng mong muốn thực hiện cái điều như vậy. Thì sau đây tôi xin chia sẻ với cái bài trình bày của mình. Bài trình bày của tôi thì có 3 phần chính. Thứ nhất là về bối cảnh hiện nay. Thứ hai là các cái chính sách thúc đẩy đổi mới sáng tạo và các ứng dụng các công nghệ mới ở Việt Nam. Và thứ ba là một số cái hoạt động hiện nay Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia Bộ Kế hoạch Đầu tư đang triển khai hỗ trợ ứng dụng đổi mới sáng tạo và thúc đẩy các cái công nghệ mới, trong đó công nghệ blockchain ở Việt Nam như nào. Về bối cảnh thì như quý vị đã biết, hiện nay thì cuộc cách mạng công nghiệp 4.0 đang diễn ra rất là mạnh mẽ và với tốc độ rất là nhanh. Thì đây là một trong những cái yêu cầu mà Việt Nam cũng cần bắt kịp và cũng như là ứng dụng các cái công nghệ mới này. Và đặc biệt Việt Nam cũng như các quốc gia trên thế giới trong thời gian vừa qua cái đại dịch Covid-19 thì chúng ta cũng đang cần tìm kiếm một cái động lực phát triển kinh tế mới. Và đổi mới sáng tạo hiện nay là một trong những cái chiến lược của rất là nhiều quốc gia trên thế giới, trong đó có Việt Nam. Và việc phát triển ứng dụng các cái đổi mới sáng tạo và ứng dụng các cái công nghệ, thành tựu công nghệ mới của cuộc cách mạng 4.0 là một trong những cái ưu tiên hàng đầu của Việt Nam hiện nay và cũng như các quốc gia trên thế giới. Về các cái chính sách thúc đẩy đổi mới sáng tạo và ứng dụng công nghệ mới của Việt Nam hiện nay thì như anh Hoàn vừa trình bày ấy, chúng ta hiện nay cũng có rất là nhiều cái chính sách mới rồi. Tôi cũng không có trình bày lại theo cái anh Hoàn để tránh nó trùng lắp và mất thời gian của quý vị. Tôi cũng muốn nhấn mạnh thêm một số cái chính sách mới và đặc biệt là có cái sự tác động khá là mạnh trong cái thời gian tới, đó là luật đầu tư năm 2020. Trong luật đầu tư thì cũng rất là nhiều cái cơ chế chính sách ưu đãi cho các cái đơn vị, các cái doanh nghiệp địa phương xây dựng các cái trung tâm đổi mới sáng tạo, hay là các cái doanh nghiệp khởi nghiệp đổi mới sáng tạo, hay là ứng dụng các cái công nghệ mới. Thì quý vị có thể tìm hiểu thêm trong luật đầu tư 2020, hay là trong luật hỗ trợ doanh nghiệp vừa và nhỏ 2017 thì vừa đây chính phủ cũng có ban hành nghị định 80 là để có các cái cơ chế chính sách để hỗ trợ cho doanh nghiệp chuyển đổi số, các cái doanh nghiệp ứng dụng các cái công nghệ mới, trong đó có công nghệ blockchain. Và năm 2020 thì sau khi Thủ tướng Chính phủ ký quyết định thành lập Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia năm 2019 thì năm 2020 Chính phủ có ban hành nghị định 94. Đây là một trong những cái nghị định rất là đặc thù cho Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia, để trong này chúng ta có thể ứng dụng các cái công nghệ mới, các cái chính sách mới để mà thúc đẩy phát triển đổi mới sáng tạo ở Việt Nam. Và các cái doanh nghiệp khi hoạt động ở trong này thì cũng có nhiều cái cơ chế chính sách ưu đãi. Và hiện nay chúng tôi cũng đang phối hợp với các đối tác quốc tế để xây dựng một Blockchain Lab ở trong Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia. Hy vọng là trong thời gian tới sẽ có cơ hội để phối hợp với nhiều quý vị. Và rất là nhiều cái quy định trong cái thời gian vừa qua tôi không tiện trình bày thêm. Và đây là tôi cũng giới thiệu qua một chút về Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia và một số cái hoạt động mà để thúc đẩy ứng dụng đổi mới sáng tạo và các cái công nghệ mới trong thời gian tới. Trung tâm Đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia được thành lập 2019 theo quyết định 1269 của Thủ tướng Chính phủ với chức năng là hỗ trợ để phát triển cái hệ sinh thái đổi mới sáng tạo ở Việt Nam và cũng như là thúc đẩy ứng dụng các cái công nghệ mới trong cái nền kinh tế Việt Nam, với cái nhiệm vụ sứ mệnh chính là hỗ trợ và phát triển các cái doanh nghiệp đổi mới sáng tạo cũng như là các cái doanh nghiệp startup, trong đó có các cái doanh nghiệp ứng dụng công nghệ blockchain, và phát triển các cái nguồn nhân lực cho đổi mới sáng tạo và phát triển cái hệ sinh thái đổi mới sáng tạo quốc gia và hệ sinh thái về các cái công nghệ mới. Và một việc nữa, chúng tôi cùng với bên Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông cũng như các bộ liên quan là nghiên cứu và đề xuất các cái thể chế chính sách vượt trội để có thể phù hợp với cái giai đoạn mới, với các mô hình kinh doanh mới và các công nghệ mới hiện nay. Và chúng tôi cũng hiện nay đang xây dựng cái mạng lưới đổi mới sáng tạo Việt Nam ở các quốc gia trên thế giới. Hiện nay chúng tôi có khoảng 20 văn phòng ở trên 20 quốc gia và vùng lãnh thổ để mà kết nối những cái người Việt và cũng như là cộng đồng công nghệ ở trên thế giới có thể phối hợp với Việt Nam để phát triển hệ sinh thái đổi mới sáng tạo ở Việt Nam. Và đây tôi cũng có mô tả qua một số trong các cái thành tố trong hệ sinh thái đổi mới sáng tạo của NIC. Đây là một số cái không gian làm việc. Trong này thì cũng có một số quý vị đại biểu cũng đã đến tham quan. Thì trên này chúng tôi cũng có bố trí các cái không gian làm việc với các cái cơ chế ưu đãi theo cái nghị định 94 để một cái không gian làm việc khá là mở và cũng như là kết nối các cái thành tố trong hệ sinh thái đổi mới sáng tạo, bao gồm các cái viện nghiên cứu, các trường đại học, các quỹ đầu tư, và trong đó cũng có những cái quỹ đầu tư chuyên về blockchain hay là các cái trung tâm trải nghiệm số. Thì đây là cũng là một cái trung tâm mà chúng tôi ứng dụng những cái công nghệ số tiên tiến nhất trên thế giới với sự phối hợp với Hitachi và Siemens. Và thường niên chúng tôi cũng tổ chức các cái chương trình Việt Nam Venture Summit để mà kết nối các cái nhà đầu tư trên thế giới về với Việt Nam. Và đặc biệt là trong năm 2022 này, dự kiến tháng 11 chúng tôi sẽ tiếp tục tổ chức chương trình Việt Nam Venture Summit với sự tham gia của nhiều hơn các cái quỹ đầu tư về blockchain. Trước đây thì các cái khái niệm về quỹ đầu tư riêng cho blockchain thì là chưa nhiều. Hay là chúng tôi cũng có kết hợp với Google hay là Meta để triển khai các cái chương trình phát triển nguồn nhân lực cho đổi mới sáng tạo và cho blockchain. Và đặc biệt là đối với Meta thì chúng tôi cũng đang triển khai một chương trình là Việt Nam Innovation Challenge. Trong đó có các cái ứng dụng công nghệ như Metaverse và blockchain để hỗ trợ thúc đẩy nền kinh tế Việt Nam sau đại dịch. Và đây là một số cái hoạt động mà chúng tôi thời gian vừa rồi cũng triển khai. Ví dụ như là kết hợp với hỗ trợ cho Genetica là một cái startup đã phát triển ở Silicon Valley. Và về đây thì chúng tôi cũng đang hỗ trợ họ và dành cho họ một cái không gian ứng dụng. Họ đang xây dựng một cái phòng thí nghiệm lớn nhất Đông Nam Á về ứng dụng AI, blockchain trong xét nghiệm gen. Và đây là các cái chương trình mà chúng tôi cũng đang triển khai với các cái đối tác quốc tế như ADB, USAID để triển khai các cái chương trình phát triển cái hệ sinh thái đổi mới sáng tạo ở Việt Nam, cũng như là ứng dụng các cái công nghệ mới ở thị trường Việt Nam với sự hỗ trợ rất là mạnh, đặc biệt là của phía USAID Hoa Kỳ. Vâng, bài trình bày của tôi đến đây là kết thúc. Xin cảm ơn quý vị đại biểu.
Vâng ạ, xin cảm ơn ông Võ Xuân Hoài vì phần chia sẻ vừa rồi. Since the presentation was in Vietnamese before, I would like to summarize a few points. So first of all, Vietnam have had many support policies to support the development of the blockchain technology in particular and digital transformation in general, particularly the NIC. It has the support facilities and infrastructures, as well as currently training a lot of human resources for the development of the digital transformation process. And right now, NIC is currently fostering a lot of connections with business partners as well as with Vietnamese startups in Vietnam, and currently having a lot of Vietnamese startups who is currently working in the NIC to develop their products, particularly Genetica. And we also have, and the NIC also have very large partners with Google and Meta to develop products. And now that you have had the overview of the support policies in Vietnam, I would like to, just now we've listened to all of that very positive information. I would like to introduce Mr. Nguyễn Khánh Bảo, Representative Department of Enterprise Management at the Ministry of Information and Communication, to have a presentation. Vâng, xin trân trọng kính mời ông Nguyễn Khánh Bảo, đại diện Cục Quản lý Doanh nghiệp Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông lên có phần phát biểu ạ.
Trước tiên là xin được kính chào toàn thể quý vị đại biểu tham dự hội nghị hôm nay, đặc biệt là có sự tham gia của anh Nguyễn Mạnh Tiến và anh Nguyễn Minh Hồng. Tôi xin tự giới thiệu là tôi là Nguyễn Khánh Bảo, là đại diện cho vụ quản lý doanh nghiệp của Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông. hôm nay là xin phép được trình bày gọi là một cách khái quát cái chiến lược về phát triển kinh tế số, xã hội số của Việt Nam trong giai đoạn tới. Thế thì trước khi mà trình bày thì tôi cũng xin phép là có một chút những cái chia sẻ nó mang tính chất là ngoài lề để thấy rõ được cái vai trò, cái tầm quan trọng của cái chiến lược. Thì kính thưa hội nghị, thì cái chiến lược này ấy, thì là cũng là được xây dựng trong một cái bối cảnh cũng rất là khẩn trương, bởi vì theo chỉ đạo của Thủ tướng Chính phủ là từ khi quá trình mà xây dựng cho đến lúc mà trình ban hành chỉ trong 3 tháng thôi. Đấy, trong 3 tháng là để ra được một chiến lược này, và để cụ thể hóa cái mục tiêu của Đảng, Nhà nước ta là làm thế nào để kinh tế số trong cái giai đoạn mà 2025, 2030 là chiếm 20% đến 30% GDP. Thì đây là một cái nhiệm vụ rất là quan trọng. Thì ở trong cái quá trình mà nghiên cứu thì đầu tiên là cũng phải nghiên cứu cái xác định cái định nghĩa về kinh tế số mà nó mang tính chất là nó phù hợp nhất với cả bối cảnh phát triển của Việt Nam trong giai đoạn tới. Thì cái nội dung này thì lúc nãy là anh Hoàn thì cũng có trình bày sơ qua rồi, thì tôi cũng không có nói thêm. Nhưng mà tuy nhiên thì là cũng nói để rõ thêm, tức là cái cách tiếp cận của Việt Nam thì nó cũng không khác so với cả những cái kinh nghiệm cũng như cái hình thái mà kinh tế số của thế giới chúng ta đang áp dụng, đang triển khai. Thế thì ở Việt Nam thì cũng quan niệm là kinh tế số chúng ta là có 3 cái lớp kinh tế số. Lớp đầu tiên là cái lớp lõi, tức là gọi kinh tế số ICT, viễn thông. Đây là những cái nó mang tính chất là nền tảng, những cái mà nó hạ tầng để cho phát triển kinh tế số. Và cái lớp thứ hai là cái kinh tế số nền tảng. Đấy là những cái lớp mà trung gian mà cũng là để mà hỗ trợ cho những cái kinh tế số tiếp theo, và kinh tế số gọi là hạ tầng để phát triển. Và cái lớp ngoài cùng mà quan trọng nhất mà bây giờ nó đang diễn ra rất là mạnh mẽ chính là kinh tế số của các ngành, các lĩnh vực. Đấy, thì đấy là cái định nghĩa chung về kinh tế số của Việt Nam mà cũng đang áp dụng. Thế ngoài trong cái chiến lược này thì là đề cập đến kinh tế số thì còn có một khái niệm nữa là khái niệm xã hội số. Vì sao mà cái chiến lược quốc gia phát triển kinh tế số thì ta lại gắn liền với xã hội số? Vì thực tế là trong cái quan hệ của kinh tế xã hội thì ngoài cái quan hệ kinh tế ra thì cái xã hội và kinh tế và xã hội là hai cái mặt mà luôn là có một cái quan hệ tương hỗ với nhau trong cái quá trình phát triển. Thế cho nên là kinh tế số phát triển thì cũng là đồng nghĩa với xã hội số phát triển. Thế và để mà có lẽ là trong cái khuôn khổ thời gian mà nó cũng rất là hạn hẹp thì tôi cũng xin phép là đi thẳng vào một số những cái nội dung chính của cái chiến lược này. Đấy, để cũng trình bày nó mang tính chất là nó ngắn gọn nhất. Thì về quan điểm của chiến lược ấy, thì trong cái bối cảnh hiện nay thì là thời cơ mà Việt Nam cần nhanh chóng nắm bắt, hành động mạnh mẽ để phát triển kinh tế số và xã hội số. Thì cái quan điểm bao trùm của cái chiến lược này thì là nó là nhiệm vụ phát triển, đưa cái nhiệm vụ phát triển kinh tế số và xã hội số được đặt ở mức ưu tiên cao trong các chiến lược phát triển của quốc gia. Thì đây là cái nội dung mà bao trùm nhất trong cái chiến lược, cái quyết định 411 mà Thủ tướng đã phê duyệt. Và trong cái này thì cũng có xác định 5 cái yếu tố, đó là thể chế, hạ tầng, nhân lực, người dân và doanh nghiệp là những điểm đột phá để đóng vai trò quan trọng cho phát triển kinh tế số và xã hội số. Trong đó thì cũng có cái đề cập rõ là thể chế, kiến tạo, phát triển kinh tế số và xã hội số đóng vai trò quyết định trong việc thúc đẩy cái đổi mới sáng tạo. Hạ tầng số thì phải đi trước một bước, phát triển với tốc độ nhanh theo hướng Việt Nam làm chủ công nghệ lõi. Thì cái hạ tầng số thì tôi cũng xin phép là cũng nói thêm, tức là hạ tầng số này nó có vai trò rất là quan trọng trong cái việc thúc đẩy phát triển kinh tế số. Và hạ tầng số ở đây thì ngoài cái hạ tầng về viễn thông, hạ tầng công nghệ thông tin, đấy, thì Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông là cũng có một cái quan điểm phát triển và cũng đưa vào trong cái mục tiêu ở trong cái chiến lược này. Đó là tức là cái mục tiêu là đưa ra mục tiêu là mỗi một người dân là phải trong giai đoạn đến năm 2025 đến 30 là 80% người dân là có cái smartphone. Cái này nó cũng là một cái điều kiện rất là quan trọng và cần thiết để cho người dân, doanh nghiệp và cũng các đối tượng xã hội có thể tiếp cận và có thể gọi là thông qua những cái hoạt động thì có thể tham gia được vào rộng rãi vào trong cái hoạt động kinh tế số, xã hội số. Thì ngoài ra thì chiến lược thì cũng đưa ra 5 cái nguyên tắc cơ bản để trong cái phát triển kinh tế số. Thì đó là thứ nhất là phát triển nhanh và bền vững. Thì đưa ra những cái quan điểm này thì là có một cái nội dung rất là cụ thể mà mang tính chất là cốt lõi, là những mô hình nào mà đã chín muồi, đã chứng minh được hiệu quả thực tiễn thì nhanh chóng phải được nhân rộng, đẩy mạnh triển khai. Còn những mô hình mới mà chưa có quy định rõ ràng thì cho phép thí điểm, mà vừa làm vừa hoàn thiện mô hình trước khi triển khai nhân rộng. Tức là có nghĩa là chúng ta cũng sẽ đề cao những cái mới và sẵn sàng là làm thí điểm để mà có một cái đánh giá để mà nếu phù hợp thì sẽ nhân rộng. Và thứ hai nữa là phát triển toàn diện các yếu tố nền móng cho kinh tế số, xã hội số và xác định một số ngành, lĩnh vực trọng tâm, đảm bảo cân đối hài hòa giữa đổi mới sáng tạo với bảo vệ quyền riêng tư, quyền sở hữu trí tuệ, tức là có nghĩa là đề cao cái tính bảo mật cũng như an toàn thông tin trong cái phát triển kinh tế số này. Và phát triển kinh tế số và xã hội số thì phải gắn liền với việc củng cố chủ quyền số quốc gia. Thì ngoài cái chủ quyền mà về lãnh thổ thì ở trong cái không gian số thì chúng ta cũng phải đề cao cái chủ quyền không gian số của quốc gia thì trong cái quá trình mà phát triển kinh tế số. Và một cái nữa là chính là quản lý rủi ro trong quá trình chuyển đổi số lên môi trường số để phát triển kinh tế số và xã hội số gọi là an toàn, lành mạnh. Thì về tầm nhìn của cái chiến lược thì cũng đưa ra cái tầm nhìn là phát triển kinh tế số thì sẽ giúp cho người dân giàu có hơn, góp phần đưa Việt Nam vượt qua mức thu nhập trung bình thấp vào năm 2025 và đạt mức thu nhập trung bình cao vào năm 2030. Thu nhập trung bình cao vào năm 2045. Phát triển xã hội số thì giúp người dân hạnh phúc hơn, tham gia vào các hoạt động xã hội toàn diện hơn, thụ hưởng được các chính sách an sinh xã hội thuận lợi hơn, góp phần đưa Việt Nam trở thành quốc gia số an toàn, nhân văn, rộng khắp. Thì đây thì là tôi cũng xin phép được trình bày cũng sơ lược, tức là cái cấu trúc của cái chiến lược thì nó cũng có những cái phần mà như tôi vừa trình bày là thứ nhất là về cái tầm nhìn, thứ hai là về mục tiêu. Đấy, và thứ ba nữa là chiến lược thì cũng đưa ra 9 cái yếu tố mà mang tính chất là trụ cột đấy, để mà phát triển kinh tế số, và 8 cái giải pháp cũng như là 7 lĩnh vực ngành kinh tế số ưu tiên để mà phát triển. Thì cái nội dung này thì tôi cũng đã vừa có trình bày với quý vị rồi. Thì đây tôi xin phép là được trình bày cái phần mà về mục tiêu. Đấy, thì đây là cái mục tiêu mà chiến lược kinh tế số có đưa ra. Thì ngoài cái mục tiêu mà cụ thể hóa, cái mục tiêu là kinh tế số sẽ chiếm 20% vào năm 2025 và 30% vào năm 2030 của GDP, thì là cũng đưa ra một số những cái mục tiêu gọi là quan trọng để mà phát triển cụ thể. Thì đối với kinh tế số thì tỷ trọng kinh tế số trong từng ngành, lĩnh vực thì là tối thiểu là 10% vào năm 2025 và 20% vào năm 2030. Thì tỷ lệ doanh nghiệp sử dụng hợp đồng điện tử thì đạt trên 80% vào 2025 và 100% vào năm 2030. Và tỷ lệ nhân lực lao động kinh tế số trong lực lượng lao động thì đạt trên 2% vào năm 2025 và 3% vào 2020. Thì đây là một số những cái chỉ tiêu mà nó mang tính chất là cũng là đặc thù ở trong cái phát triển kinh tế số mà tôi đưa ra. Thế ngoài ra thì đối với xã hội số thì cũng đưa ra một số những chỉ tiêu mà mục tiêu cơ bản mà phát triển trong cái năm 2025 và 2030. Thứ nhất là có cái chỉ tiêu là tỷ lệ dân số trưởng thành thì có điện thoại thông minh là 80% vào năm 2025 và điện thoại thông minh vào năm 2030 là 95%. Như cái nội dung mà tôi cũng vừa mới đề cập thì đây là một cái gọi là chỉ tiêu mà cũng Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông là cũng ngành thông tin truyền thông cũng rất là mong muốn để mà cái chỉ tiêu này nó gọi là nó thành hiện thực, và nó cũng sẽ quyết định đến cái việc mà yếu tố là phát triển kinh tế số ở Việt Nam mình trong giai đoạn tới là có hiệu quả hay không. Thế ngoài ra thì còn có những cái chỉ tiêu mà cũng ví dụ như là chỉ tiêu về tỷ lệ dân số trưởng thành có sử dụng dịch vụ công trực tuyến là đạt trên 50% vào năm 2025. Đấy, và 70% vào năm 2030 thì những cái chỉ tiêu này thì cũng rất là quan trọng trong cái tiến trình mà Việt Nam cũng đang tham gia rất là mạnh mẽ vào cái quá trình chuyển đổi số cũng như là xây dựng cái chính phủ điện tử. Thế thì đấy là một số những cái mục tiêu. Trên cơ sở những cái mục tiêu này, đấy thì là cũng chiến lược thì cũng đưa ra 9 cái nhiệm vụ nó mang tính chất là cốt lõi, đấy, và quyết định cái sự phát triển này. Thì thứ nhất là cái thể chế, đấy, thế là cải cách phát triển thể chế. Thì trong cái thể chế này thì cái việc mà Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông hiện nay là đang bắt tay và rất là khẩn trương làm thì đó là đang tiến hành xây dựng cái luật giao dịch điện tử. Thì cái luật này thì cũng là cái căn cứ rất là quan trọng, một cái nền tảng mà pháp lý rất là quan trọng để cho cái hoạt động kinh tế số cũng như các ngành lĩnh vực mà liên quan đến kinh tế số phát triển. Thì cái luật này dự kiến thì là trong năm nay thì sẽ trình chính phủ, và đến năm 2023 thì cũng sẽ mọi thứ nếu mà thuận lợi thì cũng sẽ được Quốc hội thông qua. Thì đây là một cái xây dựng về thể chế thì cũng rất là quan trọng trong cái 9 nhiệm vụ này. Và nhiệm vụ thứ hai là hạ tầng. Đấy, thì phát triển kết cấu hạ tầng đồng bộ gồm hạ tầng số và hạ tầng thiết yếu để phục vụ kinh tế số và xã hội số. Thì trong cái hạ tầng này thì cũng xác định cái điểm đột phá là nhanh chóng phổ cập điện thoại thông minh tới mỗi người dân, phổ cập internet cáp quang băng rộng tốc độ cao tới mỗi hộ gia đình, và phổ cập dịch vụ điện toán đám mây tới mỗi doanh nghiệp. Và cái thứ ba đấy chính là cái nền tảng số. Thì cái chiến lược thì cũng có lồng ghép và trong mỗi một cái nhóm nhiệm vụ là ở của mỗi một cái lĩnh vực, các bộ ngành địa phương thì cũng triển khai một số những cái nền tảng gọi là mang tính quốc gia, và tổng số những cái nền tảng mà lồng ghép ở trong cái chiến lược này thì có 54 cái nền tảng quốc gia. Thì với cái mong muốn là để giải quyết các bài toán cụ thể của chuyển đổi số nhằm phục vụ các nhu cầu riêng đặc thù của Việt Nam. Thì mỗi nền tảng của quốc gia thì có một cơ quan chủ quản là mỗi một bộ ngành thuộc chính phủ, Ủy ban nhân dân tỉnh, thành phố trực thuộc trung ương hoặc một doanh nghiệp chủ trì để điều phối. Thế thì bộ thì cũng đã xây dựng một cái quyết định riêng của ngành để xác định các nền tảng quốc gia này, và cũng có những cái phối hợp phân công nhiệm vụ rất là rõ cụ thể cho các bộ ngành để tham gia. Và một cái nội dung nữa chính là dữ liệu số. Thì cái dữ liệu này thì trong cái quá trình mà tiến trình mà phát triển kinh tế số thì dữ liệu thì cũng có thể được coi là một cái dạng tài nguyên đấy, và tạo nên cái huyết mạch quan trọng của kinh tế số và xã hội số. Thì do vậy thì việc tạo lập, phân loại dữ liệu là yếu tố quyết định để thúc đẩy các cơ quan nhà nước, các doanh nghiệp, người dân chuyển từ sở hữu riêng dữ liệu sang cùng tạo lập, chia sẻ và khai thác dữ liệu. Thì cái này yếu tố này cũng rất là quan trọng. Tiếp theo là vấn đề là an toàn thông tin mạng, nhân lực số, kỹ năng số, công dân số và văn hóa số và doanh nghiệp số. Thì vì thời gian là cũng hạn chế cho nên là tôi cũng xin phép là đi lướt qua. Thì tôi xin đi vào cái phần mà phát triển kinh tế số ngành lĩnh vực. Thì phát triển kinh tế số ngành lĩnh vực thì ở trong chiến lược thì cũng đưa ra 7 cái ngành lĩnh vực mà trọng tâm, tức là ưu tiên phát triển. Thì đó là thứ nhất là ngành nông nghiệp, thứ hai là ngành y tế, thứ ba là ngành giáo dục, thứ tư là lao động việc làm, thứ năm là thương mại, công nghiệp và năng lượng, thứ sáu là du lịch và thứ bảy là cái tài nguyên môi trường. Và một cái điểm thứ 8 nữa trong cái phát triển ngành lĩnh vực, đó là ưu tiên phát triển thêm cái lĩnh vực là ngân hàng này, tài chính và thanh toán. Thì đây là những cái lĩnh vực mà cũng khá là quan trọng để mà phát triển kinh tế số. Thì cuối cùng thì là đây là cái chiến lược thì cũng đưa ra 8 cái giải pháp rất là quan trọng. Đấy, thứ nhất là cái về tổ chức cái hệ thống kinh tế số. Thì hiện nay thì ở Việt Nam thì chúng ta đã có một cái ủy ban, cơ quan rất là quan trọng là Ủy ban Quốc gia về chuyển đổi số quốc gia. Và ngoài ra thì trong cái tổ chức cơ cấu này thì ở trong chiến lược thì cũng có đưa ra một cái mong muốn và cũng như kế hoạch là xây dựng các gọi là các tổ cộng đồng để phát triển kinh tế số ở các địa phương. Thì cái nhiệm vụ của các tổ cộng đồng này thì cũng mang tính là vừa là dẫn dắt, vừa là hướng dẫn, vừa là thúc đẩy người dân, xã hội để mà nâng cao cái kỹ năng số cũng như là cái quá trình mà chúng ta triển khai kinh tế số, chuyển đổi số. Thì hiện nay thì cũng đã có một số các tổ nhóm thành lập ở địa phương và hoạt động cũng khá là hiệu quả. Và điển hình là hiện nay là ở Lạng Sơn thì là cái tổ nhóm hỗ trợ cộng đồng này cũng đang hoạt động rất là hiệu quả. Thứ hai nữa là cái hợp tác trong nước, thứ ba là hợp tác quốc tế. Thì hai cái lĩnh vực này thì nó cũng liên quan đến cái cơ chế chung của Việt Nam thì tôi cũng không đề cập sâu. Về nghiên cứu phát triển thì giải pháp nghiên cứu phát triển thì chiến lược cũng tập trung vào cái đầu tư nghiên cứu xây dựng, chuyển giao các mô hình kinh doanh mới, mô hình mẫu về chuyển đổi số, về kinh tế số. Về một cái giải pháp mà quan trọng nữa thì đó là đo lường kinh tế số. Thì cái này là cũng là một trong những cái yêu cầu rất là quan trọng và trọng tâm. Và ngành thông tin truyền thông hiện nay thì ngay sau khi mà chiến lược được phê duyệt thì đã triển khai một cái đề án, cái kế hoạch, tức là đo lường cái kinh tế số. Bởi vì là nếu mà chúng ta làm được thì chúng ta cũng phải có một cái cơ sở để tính toán, để thống kê hàng năm xem kinh tế số nó đóng góp cho kinh tế và vai trò cho nền kinh tế nó như thế nào. Thì hiện nay thì cái đo lường kinh tế số này thì Bộ Kế hoạch Đầu tư thì năm vừa qua thì cũng đã có ban hành một cái thông tư rất là quan trọng, đó là ban hành thông tư các chỉ tiêu thống kê kinh tế số. Thì trong đấy là có khoảng 50 cái chỉ tiêu kinh tế số, và cái này nó là cái căn cứ rất là quan trọng để cho ngành thông tin truyền thông cũng như là các bộ ngành khác phối hợp để xây dựng một cái cơ chế mà đánh giá, tính toán, thống kê cái chỉ tiêu kinh tế số hàng năm để công bố. Thì và cái giải pháp mà cuối cùng thì tôi cũng xin phép được trình bày thì đấy là cái giảm thiểu tác động tiêu cực của phát triển kinh tế số, xã hội số. Thì cái giảm thiểu này thì dựa trên cái cơ sở, tức là khi mà cái nền kinh tế số mà nó phát triển ấy, thì nó cũng sẽ thay thế dần những cái phương thức cũ, cũng như là cái năng suất lao động thì nó cũng theo một cái phương thức mới. Cho nên là những cái đối tượng mà lao động gọi là theo cái cách thức mà truyền thống thì cũng sẽ bị ảnh hưởng. Cho nên là khi mà phát triển kinh tế số thì chúng ta cũng có những cái giải pháp về mang tính chất là xã hội, mang tính chất là an sinh để mà có thể là có một cái điều chỉnh nó phù hợp trong cái việc mà tác động tới cái sự phát triển của kinh tế số. Và ngoài ra thì cũng là quan tâm đến những vấn đề và bảo mật, an toàn thông tin. Thì đây là những cái giải pháp để đưa ra trong cái việc giảm thiểu tác động đánh giá của kinh tế số. Thế thì trong cái khuôn khổ rất là hạn hẹp của buổi thuyết trình hôm nay thì tôi cũng xin phép được kết thúc cái phần thuyết trình của mình. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn sự chú ý lắng nghe của quý vị đại biểu.
Vâng ạ, xin cảm ơn Nguyễn Khánh Bảo về phần trình bày vừa rồi. I would like to summarize a few key points from the presentation. Now, first of all, Vietnam is currently having a strategic vision to kind of promote digital transformation in all levels. And I mean all levels, and I mean actually all levels, from the government to the people and to each businesses and all the facilities and infrastructure. However, what we want to focus on is that we want to develop it in a way that's very sustainable and long-term, and put human as the center of development, especially digital transformation. So, as you have just probably listened to all the presentations, each country has its own characteristics and advantages that make itself distinct from other countries. And to make full use of those potentials and characteristics, we need to take the firm first steps to ensure a sustainable and long-term development of the blockchain industry. Now, to help us figure it out, how to get off on a good start, I would like to invite moderator Jenny Đặng to the stage to open our first panel discussion with the theme Vietnam, a Land of Opportunity. Và xin được mời điều phối viên Jenny Đặng sẽ mở phiên thảo luận đầu tiên, Việt Nam mảnh đất tiềm năng ạ. Cảm ơn.
Hello, so this should work, right? A very good morning, Excellencies and gentlemen. My name is Jenny. I'm the head of business development from B2B Labs, and it's our very great pleasure to have you guys here today. So in the very first panel discussion of the day, we're going to address the topic about Vietnam, the whole conversation that is about to happen in the next 20 minutes is about Vietnam, a land of opportunity, to the extent that Vietnam's DNA is very unique, from human capital aggregation to investment to technological disruption and also regulatory hacking. And Vietnam is definitely the most exciting place to build the technology of the future. And I'm very excited to have our panelists today, and I would like to welcome my panelists on stage. So maybe we should start with the ladies first. I would like to introduce Ms. Linh Huang, the director of Binance C, on stage. And also Ms. Sasha Mai, the head of development at Kyber Network. Mr. Jimmy Nguyen, the founder of BSV Blockchain. Mr. Tony Chen, the CEO of B2B Labs. And last but not least, Mr. Linh Han, the partner at BSV Capital. Thank you, everyone. So I guess each of us should grab a mic to start the conversation. So I guess everyone here knows already, but just to contextualize very briefly, Vietnam is very, very open to the blockchain industry right now, and we have also received a lot of attention from the global blockchain community. And as Mr. Hoan has also mentioned before, Vietnam currently ranks 10th in the Global Crypto Acceptance Index, which shows that we have a lot of potential in this country. So to get the feeling of where we're standing right now, maybe just to kick off the conversation with Ms. Sasha, the head of business development from Kyber Network, our very, very big brother in the Vietnamese blockchain industry. So Sasha, can you please share with us on the current situation of the blockchain integration and adoption in Vietnam, please?
Yes, this question can be answered from different perspectives. One could be measuring the performance of Vietnamese startups in blockchain around the world. The other could be measuring the usage of blockchain by Vietnamese. And then the last one would be an HR perspective of the devs in Vietnam working in blockchain. So from the first perspective, as a project, myself, for Kyber, Kyber's performance around the world has been amazing. It's one of the first Vietnamese startups in general to become a global standard for DeFi. In Vietnam, around 3 projects have reached over $1 billion in market cap, including Kyber, Axie Infinity, and Coin98. And these 3 projects have around 1 million users or more globally, not just Vietnam. In terms of other adoption, it would be more like the crypto adoption index and the DeFi index that we saw earlier. So it's pretty amazing.
Thank you, Sasha. I mean, like, I absolutely agree with you, because seeing how Kyber is bringing the image of Vietnam out there, I cannot say anything more. So, as we all know, blockchain is the technology of the young generation. So, Mr. Linh, can I ask you a question, since you are involved in a very qualified partner in Vietnam of Hub Global and VSB Capital. So, what do you think Vietnam has achieved throughout the years with the success of all the Vietnamese startups like AC Infinity or like the big brother like Kyber? And what do you think is the most notable point about Vietnam that attracts international investors in your viewpoint?
Okay, thank you for the question. So I guess from everyone in this panel, I might have the least amount of time spending with the blockchain community. Most of my time so far I spent with developing investing and developing a technology startup, and I've been involved with the community only about 2-3 years by now. And what I noticed is that because I spent about 7 years prior investing for technology startup in Vietnam, and what I noticed is even though we say it's technology startup, everything is on the internet, everything is borderless, but it's not true at all. Not until that I start working with blockchain companies that I finally see that yes, blockchain is really borderless. You can start a companies in Vietnam and raise fund anywhere in the world. And when I start a blockchain funds, it's similar experience as well. We have a fund based in Vietnam, and we can review any companies anywhere in the world. And if we like them, we can send the investment the next day. It's very easy that way. And I think the biggest opportunities for Vietnamese startup and Vietnamese entrepreneurs is that it's truly the time for the Vietnamese people, Vietnamese entrepreneurs to really show the global communities what we made of. Because if, let's say, if the founders of Kyber network, the founders of Sky Mavis and others, Procon as well, if they are not doing a business on blockchain, they do just do a business on the internet, Web 2. The scales, the global reach that they can get might not be the same. So this is the point where I think Vietnamese entrepreneurs is really be able to reach out to talents and technology and the communities in globals and show what they made of and show that they can build $1 billion business as well.
Thank you very much. Well, an example of that is how Hub Global and VSB Capital have been hosting a lot of events to connect investors and also startups together. So I was very grateful for that. I attended some of your events before, and they were very, very useful. And however, on the contrary, what do you think are the risks that the Vietnamese blockchain market is facing? So maybe I would like to address all of you about this question. So anyone would like to share about the risk and the challenges that Vietnam is facing right now? Ms. Linh, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I can give a comment on that. I think that actually Vietnam is a wonderful position right now, even though crypto is still gray area, and I think the government take a right position. Instead of being the first or the last, we are in the middle, we're still researching. Because if we come with the licensing too early, it's maybe, and the licensing it doesn't, if not makes any, not a lot of sense, it can skew the innovation as well. So we're in the perfect area, we're still in the gray area. And we are researching and waiting for other countries, maybe more advanced than us, to come with the licensing, and we can watch and learning and come up with the more ideal legal framework. And in terms of the risk, it may be the risk for the consumer, and I think that what can we do? We can education more, so they don't have to be invest in the kind of scam project.
I see. That's a very interesting point anyway, because like when you talk about a legal framework, I believe that like there should be more to be done to make it easier for the government to draft a trial legal framework for the blockchain industry in Vietnam. So like what do you guys think that should be done for like from the startup and from the C-level viewpoints? What do you think that should be done to make it easier for the government to come up with or like to draft a legal framework for startups? So maybe like next time they can register their company in Vietnam rather than like in Singapore or in other countries.
I think this problem is very hard and will take long time to take it happen, because you know Vietnamese government need to see the real project running, how it's going, and everything about the projects. They must see the real value of the projects. Also, they guess they want. I guess they need to know how they can control. They can control the project that already built in blockchain, because you know the blockchain is decentralized. So it's not really. It's really hard to have someone can control everything.
Xin chào. Let me tell you a little bit about my experience, which is very global, and how it informs this particular question. So I was actually born in Vietnam, in Saigon, but my family left 47 years ago. I think about it, when I was a little baby. And I was raised in the United States in the Los Angeles area, and became a lawyer during the very early days of the internet .com boom in the 1990s. So I, like many of the people of my generation here, remember the growth of the last major digital technology network that will change the world, which is the internet. And the lessons I learned from being a lawyer in that field, you know, I represented everything from startups to some of the biggest conglomerates in the world, Microsoft, Amazon, Uber, the major movie studios in the United States. And the lesson I would give you for how to grow blockchain technology in this country is the lesson I tell when I travel, for example, particularly now the Middle East. I'm working a lot with companies and governments in the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Bahrain to drive their blockchain growth. It is to create a regulatory environment that, you're right, it's probably the right time to create confidence for institutional investors, the government, as well as consumers to use the technology. Because otherwise you live in this gray market zone that makes it uncomfortable for startup entrepreneurs to be willing to risk their lives, their money, their time to start a business. And so that requires the government of this country. It's the same question I get, for example, in Saudi Arabia, which is, Jimmy, we really like blockchain. We love your blockchain, which is a competing version of Bitcoin that scales bigger. But we don't like cryptocurrency. Can you use blockchain without cryptocurrency? And the reality is no. Otherwise, you have a glorified database. And so what I encourage governments to do is, one, have a national blockchain strategy. It was great to see the different national digital strategies Vietnam is already doing. Two, create comprehensive schemes to regulate virtual asset service providers, crypto exchanges, payment processors, and the other companies that are involved, particularly in the movement of monetary value through digital assets. Until that happens, to ensure compliance with things such as AML, anti-money laundering, and KYC, know your customer regulations, which are getting much more strict around the world. It makes it difficult for the banks, the central bank, for example, here in Vietnam, as well as other institutional investors to put a lot of money into the field. So I think having a comprehensive approach where the government's willing to finally say, here are the types of digital asset activity that we approve of in the country. Here's the license you need for certain of those activities, particularly crypto trading and the payment processing of it. That's critical, because if you're building a game or even an enterprise government data application on blockchain, you typically have to be sending payments of some type through the digital asset to power the application. Until it's clear that crypto payments are comfortably legal and regulated here, it makes it difficult to grow. So that's the main thing I would encourage. And I'm also finally a big proponent in many jurisdictions around the world of sandbox programs. Until there's actual clear regulation about what license a company needs, governments can create a program where people apply for almost like a temporary license, sort of like a sandbox approval, so they can get going. That's something that we've seen successfully done in South Africa, and I've been recommending it to governments around the world.
Thank you. A very insightful sharing. Any of you guys want to share about that? About how Vietnam is doing?
I would like to second Jimmy's opinion here as well. For me, from the point of like both an investor and also I have my own blockchain companies right now. I think one of the biggest roadblock is like the fact that every government said that they are very supportive of blockchain technology, but not of cryptocurrency or token. That's the biggest roadblock. Not having regulation around tokens and really research on how to do regulation around token, I think is the biggest roadblock, because let's say you are a blockchain company, the way that you talk about yourself, the way that you market yourself is going to be very limited in terms of what you can officially say and how you can describe your project without running into any trouble with the law. And suddenly it creates a lot of overheads in terms of how you should talk about your project that is still describe what you do, but not really what you do. And I think that's a big problem.
That's absolutely right. The biggest issue around the world for a lot of ventures is they want to create tokens. I know why, because you think you make more money by making your own token. Let me take this moment to try and stop the impressions around the blockchain world that it's all about making as much money as quickly as possible. That leads to too aggressive financial products, which can cause collapse of the crypto markets, as we've seen recently with the collapse of the market prices due to Terra Luna's supposed fake stablecoin collapsing and lending products such as Celsius and Voyagers collapsing as well. Too much of the crypto market prices, which everyone focuses on, are built on what I call a house of cards, where there's not inherent value in them. So if you're going to create a token, there's nothing wrong with that. What the government can do is provide more clarity about when covered securities laws attach to a particular token, because that is the biggest struggle a startup will have, is deciding whether to issue a token and whether it requires registration as a security, in which case most people do not want to do it, right? And so that's the one thing I'd advise to try and get some clarity on here.
I think for Vietnam it will be take time, especially that Vietnam right now we're still debating, is it cryptocurrency considered a digital asset or not? So that should be the first step. So if they start classify cryptocurrency as a digital asset, then it's more, they can grab the legal framework, but now everything is still researching area. But the good thing that we have to recognize that the government is still kind of open, so they don't ban crypto completely like China. So if they do, the innovation will be zero from now. But it's still okay, so it's still very open. We just need to educate the regulator more, and especially for entrepreneurs, we need to come up with the QLIN app that a bunch of million users using it. That's the way to proven with the government that okay, blockchain makes sense. A lot of people using it and provide the benefit for society. Currently, it's still very small. So I think at the time for builder to build a lot of to build a product. And Vietnam is in a unique position. We not only have builder, but we also have consumer who are ready to start the products. And in terms of the regulation, by name, our CEO and founder CZ did come to Vietnam last month, and we already had sit down and talk with some regulator as well. And we are willing to share the practice that from other countries that we got licensing, like France, Italy, Spain, and Dubai, that we can share the legal framework practice from other countries, so Vietnam regulator can learn from that. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. Actually, just some of my very, very personal points is that during the organization of this whole event, we got the chance to talk to some regulators from the ministries, and I think these are most of the points that you guys already know, but there are a few challenges that I think make them hesitant to get something clearer and more transparent for the whole blockchain industry. Is that the first thing is, I think most of people still believe that blockchain is cryptocurrency. Well, it's actually just a tool in blockchain. And the second point is that decentralization is actually a very, very important item in blockchain. And when you apply decentralization, it means you somewhat lose the control of everything. So I think it's very hard for the government to decide. And also the third thing is that, well, there has been a lot of hacking in the DeFi projects recently. So I believe those are some of the challenges that make the governments quite hesitant in doing right now. But I think for this event and also for your sharings here, it would definitely make them understand better to benchmark with other countries and see what they're doing. That's what I think. So from your viewpoints, what do you see in Vietnam compared to others that can be unique for startups?
I spend my life, 80% of my life, around the world. So I'm in many countries growing blockchain technology. Here's what I think are the unique aspects of Vietnam and why we're interested in growing here. One, you have strong internet penetration that's critical. You cannot doubt how important that is. Other countries do not have that. 2 weeks ago, I was in Da Nang speaking at a Future of Internet conference hosted by your Vietnam National Internet Center and the Ministry of Communications and Information. You have a goal of getting to 100% internet access in the coming years. That's great. You're a world leader, one of the top 10 countries in the adoption of IPv6, the 6th version of Internet Protocol, which is an upgrade from the current IPv4. The critical components of that for blockchain are bigger data packet size and, more importantly, more unique IP addresses. IPv4 maxed out at 4 billion IP addresses, which means there's not enough unique IP addresses for every human on the planet, let alone the new world we're living in with every device that's going to be connected. And so IPv6 allows the creation of over 18 quintillion unique IP addresses, so that everything in the world, every animal, every human, every grain of sand, your belt, the phones, everything we do can be connected. That means the smart city and IoT initiatives of a country like Vietnam can better take advantage of integration with, for example, Bitcoin SV, which is our version of Bitcoin, which integrates with IPv6 so that the blockchain and micropayments can connect with all of the connected devices that'll be more possible in a nation like Vietnam, which is adopting IPv6. That's harder to do with IPv4. So for those of you who are thinking beyond just games and consumer products, for the real Industrial Revolution 4.0 technologies that can use blockchain to validate entry into a passport gate at the airport or into this hotel, or to pay for things on your scooter automatically going down the road, that's a really powerful use of blockchain. I think that's an advantage, plus your tech talent. And the biggest difference I've seen from coming here from 20 years ago, greater command of English. It's been very impressive, and I don't want to discount the need to keep your native language, which I wish I did better, but it'll allow you to operate in a global market better.
Lynn, how about you? Because you've been directing the Binance C for so long, and also it definitely involves you working with like the Southeast Asian countries. What do you think about Vietnam compared to the other Southeast Asian countries?
I would say Vietnam either number 1 and number 2 in terms of blockchain adoption and integration. And but in terms of regulation, I'm okay with that, because the government is still very open, still gray area, not still cool, not banned completely. And but in terms of licensing, Thailand, Philippines is more advanced. And now even though Cambodia has CBDC.
Right, exactly.
Cambodia also has licensing, and I think they will come up with a sandbox very soon.
I agree with you. Well, because since we've been talking about regulation so many times, so what do you think if one day a full legal framework is drafted in Vietnam? What do you think that will change the whole Vietnamese and Asian blockchain market?
I would say depend if the framework it makes sense, and then it will make the industry grow faster, because it will be the good thing for market, consumer, and the company like us, like Binance. But if the framework does not drafting really good, it can kill the industry. So it's really depend.
I agree with you. Well, another point that I want to touch today is that, well, I believe Vietnam is very famous and very popular with how we have a lot of good blockchain developers. But the thing is that brain drain is still a very serious problem right now in Vietnam, where I believe a lot of Vietnamese blockchain developers, they contribute to the global blockchain community a lot, but not all of them have like voiced out or like make the image of Vietnam more spread out there. So what do you think about that? What do you think that are the challenges that make Vietnamese developer still hesitant to become an important part of this? Ms. Sasha, can you share more about that?
Yes, so one of the major challenges facing blockchain development in general is HR. So although Vietnam is one of the top tech talent hubs in APAC, with over 900,000 people working in dev and IT jobs, there is a very limited amount of people that can work in blockchain, not only in development, but in marketing, business development and such too. And besides that, the fact that it's so early means there are vulnerabilities to hacks and to other things. So in terms of a brain drain, that actually threatens innovation in general, not just blockchain. Like Google headquarters in the US, they have a weekly meeting on how to retain their talent from leaving for blockchain and crypto. How to improve that situation? I think there are some different coding education resources and such in Vietnam, and we could focus more on blockchain there. Vietnam has one of the lowest wages in terms of IT and development jobs in APAC. It's about like $2,000 average for a dev, and that's nothing compared to what devs are paid for in the blockchain industry. So there has to be a match between the incentives and also the education to better support our goals in terms of blockchain development over time.
I think this country is going to have a struggle with the fact that you have a very talented tech population and there's a global shortage of blockchain developers. I see it around the world. I get asked everywhere I go, Jimmy, we need more blockchain developers. And so as you are growing the talent here, which starts with developer education, with developer communities and at universities, the people here have to choose one of two paths. They can work for development firms that just provide service to other companies, often outside of Vietnam, because I see it. Here in Pakistan, I get asked to recommend development resources to firms that are willing to hire people here because it costs them so much less than hiring. For example, we're based in Switzerland and London. It is so much cheaper for me to go find developers here, Pakistan, India, by multiples cheaper. It's not even a comparison. And so then you end up often doing service for other companies, which is good to learn. But if you want to grow the industry here, you have to grow business entrepreneurs here, and that's what's harder. They can make probably more money and take less risk by working to provide service to companies that I could, for example, direct here. So it's a very practical question, and I'm not sure there's an easy way to solve that other than to try to cultivate entrepreneurs and startups here that are trying to service a more global market and not just the Vietnam market, because then they'll make more money and therefore see that as more incentive to take the entrepreneurial risk as opposed to doing the safe thing of working for a development firm that will pay them more than they get paid locally in Vietnam, but not as much as we pay in the US, Switzerland, or London.
Yes, I agree with you. Because I was in the IT company for many years, so I have same issue with all of us today. We do everything, but we cannot keep the people, the good people, to go outside to work for foreign for companies. But in other way, we see the issue and we try to fix by open an academy to do the training for ourselves and for Vietnam's resources. So I think this is the only way to improve the developers, not only in blockchain but also in the IT area.
I think we can talk about this for days and nights about Vietnam and potentials of Vietnam and what we should do to make the whole blockchain community better. So, well, actually, well, we only have a limited time for this panel discussion. So before I wrap up, I just want to ask if any of you guys here have any questions for our experts about the topic of Vietnam. Okay, so I guess that before I wrap up, I just want to thank all of my panelists here for your very insightful sharing today. And I hope that it's been very useful and insightful for you guys to understand more about Vietnam and also what we've been doing to support the Vietnamese startups and also blockchain companies in general. So I would like to thank all of you for joining us today for a very, very supportive and insightful panel discussion. Thank you.
Vâng ạ, phần thảo luận vừa rồi quả là sôi nổi và nhiều thông tin thú vị đúng không ạ quý vị? Vâng, để có thể hiện thực hóa được những cái tầm nhìn cũng như là những cái thông tin vừa rồi mà chúng ta vừa mới thảo luận ở trong cái phần Open Panel Discussion thì vai trò của doanh nghiệp là cũng vô cùng cần thiết. Họ sẽ là những mắt xích, những bánh răng để khởi tạo và vận hành sự phát triển của công nghệ blockchain. In order to realize the strategic visions that we have talked about in the panel discussion, the role of enterprises is extremely vital. They will be the engine that help navigate the development speed and orientation of the blockchain industry. Therefore, it is our honor to have esteemed businesses that have spent years researching and working in the field of information technology, including blockchain technology, here in the event to share useful and valuable information and opinions. So first, I would like to invite Ms. Jenny Da, Head of Business Development of B2B Labs, to share with us all the findings and researches that B2B Labs have collected throughout their operation. Vâng, đầu tiên xin được kính mời chị Jenny Da, Head of Business Development lên có lời chia sẻ và giới thiệu về B2B Labs ạ.
Good morning, everyone. So it's me again. Nice to meet you again, all of you. So first of all, it's my great pleasure to have all of you guys here with us today. And thank you, Agora Group, for choosing us to be one of the co-hosts of this very, very insightful and international events. And I would like to thank VDCA, VBU, and also TRIයෙන් for joining hands with us to organize this unique event. So on behalf of B2B Labs, I would like to send our best wishes to the success of this global blockchain event. Global Blockchain Congress. Thank you. So, well, as you guys all know from the previous panel discussion, my name is Jenny. I'm the head of business development from B2B Labs. And I believe that as a co-host, it's my responsibility to give you a brief overview of what we do and what we are contributing to the whole Vietnamese and global blockchain community. So, to begin with, I guess you guys all wonder what B2B means, right? So it's actually Vietnam to blockchain, where our mission is to empower the blockchain transformation and to solve the key blockchain challenges and definitely to contribute to the global blockchain world, showing the potentials and talents of Vietnam. B2B Labs is engaged in developing blockchain R&D solutions, products and services. Well, we have a very strong points that we have over 80% of our employees are blockchain developers. So we aim at developing the future generations of blockchain services and contributing to a smoothly functioning society. To get you guys into details, I will guide you through our 4 main points to understand more about B2B, which are our products like our blockchain hub and also our incubation and investment branch, as well as the B2B Academy. So to begin with, about our products line, well, as B2B has our own blockchain ecosystem, which is Creator Network, focusing on both B2B and B2C with no-code and low-code services to support developers, the true creators of this blockchain industry. And on the other hand, it's not going to be a full ecosystem without the support for end users. So we have our own launchpad, which is CoinStarter, our own incubation system, which is Coin Innovation Zone, our own NFT marketplace, Shiniki, with an NFT collection coming out in the next few months, and also our blockchain blog, actually, for the community, which is Builder News. So vertically, we provide products and services for both B2B and B2C in this wonderful land of DeFi, NFTs, metaverse, and especially infrastructure. Furthermore, B2B Labs, we also provide advisory services regarding blockchain technology and also some marketing supports. With over 200 global partners, as well as a strong number of KOLs globally, especially in Japan, Indonesia, and especially in Europe too. Our experts aim at supporting every potential project at the earliest stage. And B2B Labs provide exceptional support to our incubation and investment partners, including financial assistance, marketing advice, or community management, etc. As you can see here are some of the projects that have been working with us for a while, such as DeFi Yield, FOTA, Space Crypto, Legion Network, F-Stripe, TRIient Engine, and Metro Galaxy. And again, thank you all for such a fruitful collaboration. Well, with the vision of training and orientation for talents at very young age, B2B has our own academy with 2 branches. The first one is our R&D department, where we have about 20 to 30 blockchain developers and researchers to analyze and find potential products and contributing to the whole blockchain community. And regarding education, B2B organizes monthly technical webinars or workshops or competitions to train and incubate young talents, especially young talents from the universities, to become our blockchain developers in the future. And we also cooperate with a lot of networks to have training programs or workshops for the developers to understand more about each network and how to build a sustainable product on such network. As you can see here, there are some pictures of our previous D-App competitions or campaigns with the students from universities. And we have been training some of the winners from those events since then, and some of them have become a very, very strong and core blockchain developers. Well, so with the aim to bring B2B Labs and Vietnam to the big C, B2B is always willing to create strategic partnerships with big ventures, big partners around the world to expand our networking and to better contribute to the community. We have also been hosting and participating in global events such as the Global Blockchain event, the Global Blockchain Congress by Agora Group in Dubai back in February. And we also joined the Next Tech Week in Japan 2 months ago. And we have been very, very grateful to be one of the judges in the Ideathon of Agora in Japan in May. And this is actually a very golden chance for us to stand here as a co-host and bring the image of Vietnam out there. So, in all honesty, thanks to each and every one of you here for joining us today. And we are very proud to become the co-host of this massive event. And I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the people who have worked very hard to ensure that the success of the first Asian Global Blockchain Congress. And I wish the event a very successful and all the guests and participants the most rewarding and enjoyable time in Vietnam. Thank you.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn phần trình bày của chị Jenny Đặng ạ. Và để tiếp theo chương trình, xin được mời ông Michael Holdman, nhà đồng sáng lập và CEO của Prasaga, lên để có phần trình bày. Và Prasaga cũng là nhà tài trợ toàn cầu sẽ có phần phát biểu ạ. Ngay sau đây, please, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Michael Holdman, CEO of Prasaga, to have a presentation. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming. I'd love to thank the Vietnamese government for allowing us to come and speak here and talk about our project. My name is Michael Holdman, as stated. I'm the founder and CEO of Prasaga, and we are a foundation out of Switzerland. We're an open, permissionless, trustless, decentralized layer 1 blockchain. We're actually a single layer blockchain because we'll never need another layer in order to try to solve the issue of scale. And I'll get into that a little during this presentation. Now, pardon me if I have to turn around and look at where I am on the screen. There's no monitors for the speakers up here. So I don't mean to be rude, but I must. So, Saga Chain, what the future is built on. We started this project in September of 2017. We did not start this project to build a native blockchain. We started this project to integrate a blockchain into our high-performance Internet of Things and Smart City message bus to break down the walled gardens, decentralize the Internet of Things, and allow the people that own the devices to gain from the revenue of the data that they're producing instead of the large companies, whether it be GE or Google or Amazon or Microsoft, being the ones that are actually getting their revenue off of the data that you're creating. Problem was that we couldn't do it once we looked at the blockchains that were out there. We raised about $850,000 in spring of 2018, and one of our largest funds asked us, what are you going to do about scale? And we didn't understand what they meant, but they then explained to us that blockchains do not scale and will not reach a global level for retail transactions. So this is the 6th decade now that I've been involved in technology. This is the 6th decade that David Beaverman, the co-founder and CTO, has been involved. And this is the 5th decade that Jay Moore has been involved. Jay Moore, most of his career has been spent in video gaming. And he's innovated. The reason that there's independent or indie devs and indie gamers is because of Jay. He, company Garage Games, launched the very first ever open gaming engine. David Beaverman, real quick about him, started coding in 1978. He sat with Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn, who are TCP and IP at NIST, the National Institute for Science and Technology, in the mid-'80s. David Beaverman wrote the protocols that allow TCP and IP to do something other than just address a computer and connect the two servers together. He is directly responsible for Web 1. In 1990, in the 90s, David Beaverman had a company called Routerware. Routerware wrote over 50 protocols known as the High Performance IP Stack. It was sold to Wind River in 1999. Because of the work that was done on the protocols in the High Performance IP Stack, David Beaverman is directly responsible for Web 2. And now we have this Web 3 focus that's coming out. Well, we'll talk about that in a few. This is our current team. A lot of industry leaders. We come out of industry. We have, you know, whether it be General Electric, Verizon, Avaya, Polycom, out of the FinTech and B of A. We have been involved for decades now within industry, and we have a very deep understanding of the issues that industry is facing. And so we're kind of addressing that here. I love this saying. This is kind of how we've lived all our lives. Albert Einstein, pretty smart guy. You cannot solve problems with the same thinking used when you created them. And that is very, very relevant here within the blockchain industry and the crypto industry. The problem that we found when we went and did our research, and I think we're at 385 pages, 175,000 or so words. The very first 100 pages were dedicated to looking at every single project that was out there, all the layer ones. And found out, no, can't scale. So let's go ahead and how do we create where we can do parallel processing, create blocks in parallel, because that's the only way we're going to be able to scale. Wrote 4 patents on it in early 2019, and then looked at smart contracts. And that was the aha moment. That's where this comes in to play, this quote. Smart contracts are the single reason a blockchain cannot scale. A smart contract cannot be moved from one shard to another shard, meaning that now the smart contract is serialized and all the accounts that are on that smart contract have to be on the same shard. What this means then is your blockchain is only going to be as fast as the slowest shard on your blockchain. Where this runs into issue, now everybody's trying to fix, oh, we have TPS. That's great, you can do transaction per second. But sometimes it takes me hours or a day to actually settle a debt on the blockchain. And that's where the problem is. You can't do retail acceptable, and we're hoping that 15 seconds, you'll sit at a convenience store and wait 15 seconds to purchase your Coke. That's kind of the ultimate goal here. How do we get to a retail acceptable settlement level so the money is actually transferred from one account to another? So this kind of went along and with, we have to, first of all, reimagine, rethink, and then reinvent everything that the blockchain is. First of all, reimagine a global economic equality. What we're looking at here is there's a lot of brilliance, there's a lot of people out there that have great ideas, whether they be in the rainforests of Indonesia or South America, in the rural areas here in Vietnam, in the jungles in Africa, or the plains, or the ice plains up in Siberia. But they don't have access to a global economy. They don't have access to a fair method of exchange that doesn't beat them up when they go ahead and have to exchange in a foreign currency and such. So how can we get past that? How can we get those intermediaries to out of there, basically, and work with a global exchange method so that it's fair and accessible to everybody? So rethink. How do we make the world a better place? How do we look at those things? And we'll talk about this planet also. How do we look at creating a much more equitable planet? How do we look at creating a planet or that can have a monetary system that actually allows allows a lower carbon footprint than the current financial systems that we have out there? I know one of the big arguments within the crypto industry is the difference between proof of stake and proof of work, saying that proof of work takes a lot more cost or a lot more energy in order to do. Well, we shouldn't be comparing between those two consensus models. In fact, on our chain we use both. It is a hybrid. It's a proof of stake and a proof of work. What we should be comparing to is the global financial system. What is the carbon footprint of the global financial system, for instance, compared to Bitcoin? Because Bitcoin is the biggest issuer out there that they have the problem with, they always try to compare to. So that's another thing that we had to look at. Now, reinvent. Doing good for the world, not just producing goods for the world. How do we create a philanthropic society? How do we create all of those countries, those regions that are forgotten about by the central banks? How do we create a way for everybody to participate? Again, we're losing a lot of innovation because we're not accessing all of the brain power that's out here in the world. So this is an interesting thing, and I'm going to, two of the people that were on that slide were economists. This is something that the central banks have always tried to convince us of, and that is that the value of an economy is not a reflection of its money. That's what they want us to think. The value of money is a reflection of the economy. The strength of a government or of a country is not within the value of their dollar or their currency. It's within the productivity of their nation, of their citizens, their natural resources. And so how do we get to a point where we have the ability for sovereign nations to have full control over and understand their gross domestic product, their productivity, have the ability to regulatory efficiencies and transparency, yet privately, but still participating within a global ecosystem. And that's another thing that we've worked on here. So, revolutionizing industry. This is the first thing that we're going after. Hester Peirce, who's a commissioner on the Security and Exchange Commission in the United States, we had a call with her, and after we went over in a little detail about what we do and how we're working with our blockchain, we can actually publicly quote her, and she called this the TSA pre-check of the regulatory use of blockchain. We are an account-based system. We've taken the same underlying technology that was introduced in 1972, by the way, by Xerox PARC, which is Palo Alto Research Center, that is used in 6 other projects right now, or products. Those products are Windows, Linux, Mac OS X, iOS, and Android. And it's taking that same underlying foundational architecture and implementing it onto the blockchain. That's how we eliminated smart contracts and moved into a world of smart assets, where your account you have, and I'll talk about a minute in your identification number and such, your account and all your assets are a subset of that in that account. You can actually move possession of an asset, and an asset can be anything in our world. I don't care if it's a wiper blade for a car, I don't care if it's a car itself with 1 million parts and having full composability to see all the way down to the raw equipment manufacturer, every single certificate that proves that that part can be in the vehicle, or whether it be in the fintech or anywhere. We don't care what that object is. It can be certificates proving your KYC AML, proving that you have the right to transact legally, that you're in full compliance regulatory with any nation in the world. And if you don't have the right to legally transact in that nation, that you're not allowed to. And that's something that we reach here with industry. Our first focus is on regulatory industry. Regulatory industry we're including in supply chain, fintech, research and testing, like in pharmaceuticals and such, and also HR is one that's coming out very highly since our trip here into Vietnam. So this is really a strong focus. We are an infrastructure. This is not everything that can be done. You can absolutely put NFTs on. You can put games on. It's just as we build a team, we have to focus our energies, or our talent in areas that will produce the most. We are a layer 1. We are a foundation. We are a nonprofit. The only revenue that this foundation or this project will ever realize comes from a fee on the transaction fee that's charged. So call it a tax on the transaction fee. In order to do that, we need high velocity transactions, a lot of transactions. Supply chain, $15 trillion a year is spent on supply chain. That's a lot of transactions. And that creates a good base in order for us to fund the global operations, do our philanthropic, and then the final thing, and that the economists are here to do, is create a mechanism where we can dynamically burn or remove money supply or coins from the economy. The ultimate goal here is to create a zero inflation and zero deflation over rate of velocity, transaction velocity on the chain. And what this will do, it will protect or it will stabilize the purchasing power of the coin. And that's really the ultimate goal. How do we create a digital asset that allows you to accept for payment one day a coin with the full trust that the next day when you go to buy something with it, it will hold the same value. And that's what the ultimate goal here is to do and to deliver to the world. So, individual sovereignty. Now we'll get into this whole ID thing. The way that this works, first of all, you cannot have a centralized system that's producing numbers, because centralized systems can be manipulated. In our case, every single person in the world, all 8 billion plus, whatever the number is now, every entity in the world, and every single product that's ever produced in the world will be assigned a 256-bit string of alphanumeric random numbers. Will not be repeated for billions of years. So it will last your lifetime. It will last a company's lifetime. If we need to expand the namespace, then we go ahead and add another character to that. 257, we've just doubled the namespace in there. So now we can be assured that it absolutely won't. So you have, all your life, a single ID, and that ID, every single asset that you own is a subset of that ID, so you can prove that it's yours, you know that it's yours, it's immutable, and it can't be moved anywhere. So you have full control over your individual sovereignty. All your assets should be in yours, not in somebody else's or custodial in somebody else's. So our logo, it looks like 2 infinity symbols. It's actually 4 P's, and it stands for purpose, people, planet, and philanthropy. And that is the underlying mission for this, this organization. So, planning for purpose, you know, one of the things that I always say, you cannot change the world if your only interest is in changing your life. There's got to be a higher purpose to why we're here. We have a short time on this earth. There's a lot of people out here. Let's kind of work together. Let's try to create a better world, not just for us in the developed countries, but for those in the underdeveloped countries as well. How do we bring them into the fold? Again, cure for cancer could be out there somewhere, but we're not accessing the mind power that actually knows how to do that, because we're not giving them access to us. And that's something that we have to do. So, Prasaga, it's a project that's being given to the world. This is for you. We've created most of the technology that you use today. We've been involved in almost every single innovation that has happened over the past 4 decades. One of us from the team has. And we're kind of taking all that and putting it together. Again, open, permissionless, trustless, decentralized. We're here to offer this technology to you. We're here to offer you a way to have a fair, equitable method of exchange. And by the way, let me just tout the individuals that are responsible on the economic side. Stephen Moore is our chief economist. He's a budget policy expert. He'll be setting up the transaction and the budgets for the 3 buckets that we are going to use the revenue for. Again, that's at the global operations, the philanthropic fund, because you know, one of the things that Satoshi Nakamoto wanted to do was make this a platform, Bitcoin a platform, to do person-to-person transfer of money. That's one thing that didn't happen. We've had a lot of speculators take over. Wall Street moved in. You had Saylor and Novogratz and all these billionaires that came in and started making this a strategic, a volatile asset instead of being what it was intentionally meant for. And that's something that we're really trying to get to. Lawrence White is a professor at George Mason. And he is a money policy expert and a banking expert. Got his degree from UCLA in 1982. He is architected currencies for governments in the fiat world over the past 4 decades. He's the one that's actually writing the algorithms that will stabilize the purchasing power of this coin. And again, this is something that we're giving. Now, we are community run. It's a, Switzerland, when we formed the foundation, they asked me, tell us about your governance. And I said, well, you tell us about yours. And the Swiss governance is nothing can be enacted upon unless it's voted by majority of the citizens of Switzerland. And they said, well, gosh darn it, we are Switzerland on the blockchain. And they kind of rubber stamped our foundation because of that. It's got to be plenary vote. Nothing gets enacted upon the blockchain unless there's plenary vote. Now, the problem with that, and that's something that Jay and I and Dave and the rest of the team have been trying to grapple with, everything that we're doing here can be changed in one day with a simple vote. Everybody can go, no, we don't want a global currency. We want to have a high speculative asset. We want to go up 10,000x in one day, and they can vote that in. And that's the hardest thing coming out of, there was 21 startups between the 3 co-founders with 8 exits over the past 3 decades. So it's kind of hard to grapple, but that's something that we've had to work on for the past 4 years. So that is my presentation. I don't know if I took up the whole 20 minutes or not. I don't have the timer, but I want to thank everybody for listening. I do have to state, we do have a private sale going on right now. We're $5 million into the $21 million round. It is we're looking for validators and miners, because we are POS and POW, so node operators, in order to join us in our testnet phase. We're going to have 1,000 nodes in testnet. It's 100,000 minimum with a 3 million maximum. And what it'll do is allow you to go ahead and produce blocks and mint coin. We're looking to mint 8.1 billion token or coin during that testnet period. Other nodes no other node operators will be allowed on until after mainnet starts. So it is only in testnet. You get 4 nodes per 100,000, so it's 25,000 a node, but it is 100,000 minimum. Then you can go into the 25,000 minimum. It's a very aggressive revenue and focus. There is a 12-month lock on it, but during that 12 months, you're earning between an APR of 155% month 1 with a declining curve to 55% in month 12. And then that's when the original purchase or stake will get released to you. So we would love to have participation in that. We are looking for developers. One of the things that the other panel mentioned was the lack of developers that we have out here. And we believe that absolutely 100% strongly. So what we did is we went ahead and used Python for our programming language. So instead of a small pool of Solidity or Haskell or Rust developers, why not use an ocean full of Python developers? The idea for consumer adoption and for adoption is ease of use and ease of access. It's very, very expensive right now for an enterprise to go out and create an application because of the cost for the Solidity developers. So we did release our syntax. It's online, and you can ask. Jay Moore is right here. He's the co-founder and CMO. Stuart Worrell is president of the Collabs. The Collabs is where we will be engaging with enterprises and developers. We're interested in talking to other accelerators and incubators. We will have a venture studio fund within there for grants and equity. And then Jacob Holdman is here, and he is the Director of Token Relations for anything on investment. And Corky Bizjack heads Chief Revenue Officer, and he's in charge of all the revenue and such that comes in. So channel partners, academia, and such like that, very interested in talking to you all. And thank you. I hope you have a fantastic day.
Vâng ạ, xin cảm ơn phần trình bày của ông Michael. Thank you so much for your presentation. The presentation has touched on many pressing issues and challenges of the blockchain industry, including economy, security, and corporate responsibilities. And I sincerely hope that you achieve all the success on your progressive development. Và để tiếp theo xin trân trọng kính mời đại diện của PHÁT, dự án tài trợ danh hiệu cho sự kiện có đôi lời phát biểu ạ. I would like to invite to the stage representatives of PHÁT to have a presentation on the in-game economy with NFT utility. Thank you.
Welcome everyone. My name is Jack and I'm a business development manager of PHÁT. It is my pleasure to stand here and talk about our story and our experience while we're developing our games. So for myself, I have been with PHÁT for about 2 years, and it is a long journey and long story, but we have received some of the milestones in 2022. So for our achievement, for our community, we have received more than 500,000 other Telegram members. For our traders, we also have 300,000 of the followers and 4.1 million on the coin market cap. For our partnership, right now we are working with more than 18 ventures and partners around the world for the technologies, for the marketing, and also for the finance aspect. In May, we also bring our game to the Dubai. We introduce our game in the MetaCon event and bring some of our technologies such as mixed reality and HoloLens to our event. And we also receive a warm welcome from the community so that they can enjoy our game and understand what we are building and what we are developing in our game. Moreover, last month, in 16 June, we also have our IDO, a successful event with some of our partner launchpads such as Pluzilla, Oxpoon, Moonstarters, and after that, we are very honored to directly list our tokens on Huobi. Right now, we already released our beta testing versions, and we receive up to 20,000 of the register around the world. So that is our achievement. But before we have those achievements, our team have worked so hard so that we can find out some solutions for our game and we can implement them into our projects. So our team, after the research, we recognize that in the traditional game, players, they cannot own or accept that the game item will be stuck forever in the game, and especially that they cannot own them and transfer them to their friend account or to their friends. So we understand that we have to bring something new and something special to our game. So we bring the functions, the features, we call that ownership, absolute ownership and metaverse economies into our game. Because that blockchain, they will allow us to have the NFT and also tokens so that we can bring those features inside our game and we bring the virtual economy inside our game. So here are some features that we bring to our game to ensure that players, they can entertain themselves and also make the money from our game. So we have a virtual commodity system in our folder economies. We have 4 types of the NFT. The first one will be the heroes. Actually, the heroes will be the characters and the avatar to join in our game, and especially that to join in our metaverse. Beside that, beside the heroes, we also have our item. The item can be the equipment such as armors or weapons, so that players, they can equip their heroes with those items to fight in the game or explore our fantasy worlds. The third item will be the skin. Actually, the skin will be more of fashion things that allow people to make their heroes to be more unique and fashionable. The last but not least is the last of our NFT will be the NFT land. So right now we allow people to create their own clan, their own group of players based on our NFT land. to increase the utility of the community, especially that we have to think of some of the economy activity for our NFT. So we introduce 3 types of the activity that people can do in our game: the minting, the trading, and the renting. For the minting, people, they can make their own, they can also create the NFT, especially the item NFT based on our forging functions. And they can combine many items to create a new type of new type rares of NFT. For the trading, because that we also talk about the absolute philosophy, absolute ownership philosophy inside our game. So with the NFT, people, they can own the items, the heroes, and they can use those item heroes for trading and sending to their friends, their relatives, or another players. That is the features of the NFT. The last thing will be the renting NFT. We call that the features rent to play. You can imagine that in the real life economy, some products or some kind of commodity is very expensive. For example, the real estate. Another player, another user, another people, they come from to the town, and the real estate price is really high, so that they cannot afford that, but they still want to live in that town because that's the work opportunity. So with the rent to play features, people, they can come in, rent the NFT, and generate the money. For the people who have the NFT, but they don't have time to play the game, they can put those NFT on our marketplace for rent, and they can earn back the money from another hires. That is very special features that from our game. The last thing is that for any GameFi projects, people, especially that the players, they will easily to get bored of the game after about 6 to 1 years. So we have to come up with solutions for these problems. So right now we already plan our second versions of the game so that people, they can experience our metaverse in the future with our more worlds in the game. Right now we only have about 3 worlds inside our game, but in the futures we will introduce more of the worlds or more of the realm inside our game. And especially that with a new world inside the game, we will have a different game genre inside the game, and they can reuse the NFT in the first version of the game, and they bring those NFT versions into the second version of our game. So that will boost and increase the utility of the game NFT. So that is all the solutions that we bring to our game until now. And with this event, we have also bring our gameplay to our booth, and we also bring the HoloLens 2 from Microsoft, because that we also implement the mixed reality for people to experience the metaverse inside our game. I hope that after my presentations, people, they can come to our booth to experience our game. I would like to say thanks to the Global Blockchain Congress organizers, so that we can have the opportunity to stand here to talk about our projects and how of the other GameFi can also increase the utility of the NFT. Thank you everyone so much.
Vâng ạ, xin cảm ơn phần phát biểu của Fota. Và tiếp sau đây, xin kính mời lên sân khấu ông Mauricio Silvestres, CEO của dự án Backstage, nhà tài trợ của chương trình, lên có phần trình bày dự án. We would like to introduce the CEO of Backstage to present the presentation on a decentralized ecosystem powering the events industry. Thank you. Do you want to use the mic or the podium?
Hello everyone. Just waiting for the video. First, we're going to show you a little bit of a video Backstage, so you get a bit of infographic about what is the idea of Backstage. Please enjoy.
Just about to lose my mind.
Hope you feel the party mood now. Let me go forward. There we go. Hi, I'm Maurizio, I'm the CEO of Backstage, and I'm going to guide you through why we created this company and this adventure. First of all, I want to talk about the Events and Entertainment 3.0. Sorry. The event industry is over 1.1 trillion economy. Very few people know that. By 2025, we're going to have about 60 billion online tickets sold. You can see what is the 23 billion NFT market, projected to reach 1 trillion, 300 million crypto users. So what Backstage is looking at is a huge opportunity for investment and creating value on the industry. Now imagine, every single event in the world has transactions for tickets, traveling, experience, memories. And all these studies is tied with a very fundamental thing of human beings, that is gathering. Now let's look at this event, for example. Everything happens because somebody on the backstage worked really hard to make it happen. There is a lot of work, there is a lot of creativity that happens in every single event in the world, making sure that the events are successful, that people have fun, that things actually happen, get delivered. But there is also one big problem in this industry. It's chaotic. It lacks the technology, the know-how, how to innovate. So that's why Backstage is bringing solution to this industry. Now, at the same way that the people, these amazing people who organize these events, they created everything happen on the backstage, we are doing the same but in a global scale, in a larger scale, combining hundreds and hundreds and thousands of festivals, events, clubs, and venues around the world. So what are we going to give? Why we are here? Because we know what are the problems within the industry. We know what this, the entertainment industry and the events in general, what are the problems. Right now, one of the biggest problems is payments, transactions. The world is a very global place now. People travel all over the place. People go from Mexico to New York down to Turkey to a festival and back in 2 days. The credit cards, they get frozen. They cannot pay with the local currency. They spend a lot of money in exchange rates. Currencies they don't even understand. They don't know the pricing. So we're truly connecting and using what is the usability of the crypto. Now, Backstage has also identified another problem of this industry, that there is no one source of truth. This industry is so large and so diversified around the world, but there is no one place that they can connect. There is no one single area where they can identify, put their products, and let themselves know. And the truth is that bringing the first ever NFT marketplace for the West industry is a game changer for many of our partners and for many of the people that's already working with Backstage. One of the most, the facts that Backstage became, it have so much traction, and everyone around the world start talking about Backstage, especially in hotspots like Ibiza, Tulum, Miami, Scandinavia, is for the simple fact that we can explain this technology very simple, and people understand what it's all about. So we are bringing a marketplace, so people can land investment deals, pay vendors and suppliers, find and hire talent, and a list goes on and on and on of what you can do as an event organizer, as a promoter, as a manager of an artist, or as an owner of a venue or a festival. One of the biggest problems that the world of events has had for decades is the ticketing. Ticketing is always been, and is everyone in this room at one point of their life have bought a ticket, either for an airline ticket, either for a concert or a cinema. Ticketing is on the hands of these platforms that they have only one purpose: get fees out of you and out of the event, so they can survive. So they develop these front ends, they create huge marketing, so you have no choice. You have one place to buy them, at the likes of Ticketmasters and some other ticketing companies that are out there. With NFT ticketing, promoters and venues, they can maximize revenues. Why? Because they interact directly to their fan base, to their visitors. With NFT ticketing, companies, they can have brands and they can make the user base can become an interest for a brand that they are part, they're sponsors. They can sell merchandising. They can attach services. In a single ticket, you can have your hotel, your plane tickets, your dinner, your return, and your spa because you were too drunk after the party. All included in one single NFT. And everything is based on rev share modeling. Transparent, easy to understand, and the most important, that is the biggest problem in this industry, is the automation of distribution of funds. There is one more problem in this industry. It's an industry that's been, everyone knows it, everyone knows a concert, everyone knows over here in this room knows a famous artist, everyone knows about a festival, but no one knows, how do they get the money? Do you really think you can walk into the bank and say, hey, can I have a couple of millions to do Bruno Mars concert? They will laugh at you. This industry has been abandoned by the financial institutions decades ago. So this industry needs a way to finance itself. This industry needs a way to grow, to have independence, and to be more creative. And unfortunately, right now, they are dependent on brands, sponsors, that they give them the money so they can create these events. The idea of Backstage is that the people who goes to a festival or a fan is no longer a fan. Your fans become your investors. And me, as a fan of an artist, of a festival, I can get profit out of it. I can invest on my favorite event and get yield out of it. So now I can go and participate in one event, have fun, be with my friends, and make money out of it. Then we have something that we call the marketplace B2B. This, as I mentioned before, this industry is very chaotic. There is no one place that you can trade, that you can meet other festivals, artists, organizers, promoters. It's a huge industry. What Backstage is building is one place where they can trade, when an artist can get booked directly through a platform. What happens very often in this industry, that the booking of an artist is so complicated. The transactions, they are a nightmare. Contracts, they like days between lawyers to go through it. Using blockchain technology, you can get the artist book confirmed and certified in 5 minutes in our platform. So an artist that is from South Korea can go to Brazil and perform without waiting 1 week for the money goes to his bank account or her bank account. He can basically settle and do his job and be creative. For that, we have to create a token. We have to create a token, and we have to make sure that this token was to finance this industry that is entirely for the industry and the ecosystem. This token will have, like any other crypto token, the possibilities to have investment yields, you can stake it, and on and on. And here we also have what is Backstage Partnership, the Metaverse. As you can see, a lot of Metaverse projects right here. We will do exactly the same that I just mentioned to you in real life, but also in the virtual life. We can just play a bit of the video. I'm just waiting for, can you just play a little bit? Yes. This is an example of how our Metaverse concerts will look like. Backstage have partnered not only with one, with several Metaverse platforms. So we're going to bring the same experience that we have on real life into the virtual life. So after all, and just to end the conversation with you guys, Backstage is already a reality. It has tons of partners worldwide. Crypto and non-crypto, some of them very famous venues, hotels, clubs, and so on. And all these thanks to a great team of people who understand this industry better than anyone else. Worldwide players, club owners, and people who is globetrotters who know this industry ups and downs, and they have decided to put their mind and their heart to bring Backstage to reality. So guys, see you in the backstage at one point in life.
Vâng, xin cảm ơn phần trình bày của Backstage ạ. Đúng là quả thực là với những cái phần trình bày vừa chúng ta có thể thấy là thị trường blockchain cũng như là NFT đã đi sâu vào cuộc sống của con người và cũng là cả phần giải trí luôn. Và để tiếp theo chương trình thì chúng tôi xin được mời đại diện của Foodchain đến lên để có phần trình bày dự án. We would like to introduce to the stage of Open Foodchain representatives to have a presentation on game chaining traceability. Thank you.
No, this is fine. Yes, good afternoon, good morning. We are Kirsten, Mariake. We are here from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and we come to tell you about food. So no gaming, we do have some NFTs, but our key business is food. Open Foodchain is a layer 1 blockchain that we actually come here to invite you to invest in. That's our key message of today. And why would you want to have a blockchain in your food? Why blockchain your food? I don't know, I'm sure you're all sort of keen to get your lunch, but if you think about your breakfast this morning, who of you knows where your food comes from? Who of you has any clue where I don't know what you had, maybe some pho? Where does the ingredient come from? What is the food mile that your food traveled? What are the nutrients? We have no idea. Consumers are increasingly concerned about their food. Consumer trust is at the lowest level ever, and rightly so. There's a good reason to be distrustful. If you take, for example, edible oil, it can be olive oil, but it can be sunflower, any sort of oil. Officially, 1/3 of edible oil is not the oil that it says on the label. And that's the official numbers. So if you are familiar with official numbers and the reality of life, it's probably one in two that is actually not what you think it is. So we have a lot of fake food around. Now, it's not only consumers, it's not only you and I, but it's also supply chain companies. Information in food systems doesn't travel. It's not only very difficult to get information, it is very mutable, so how can you rely the information that you have in your food system? And it's by and large very inefficient. So how do we address that?
So let me use two examples to show how it works. First of all, Juicy Chain. Juicy Chain is our first and biggest use case focused on the juice industry. On Juicy Chain, we've onboarded 10% of the total juice industry, so over 50 parties, and they work together in our open public blockchain solution to show consumers traceability and therefore sustainability information of their products. Juicy Chain is a new standard in the industry where we use open public blockchain to create a new standard of transparency, and we onboarded even competitors in this solution. Our other use case is Chef Chain, and Chef Chain is focused on the hospitality industry. Here we bring together ingredients in one product. So when consumers go to a restaurant, they can scan a QR code, for example on their menu, and they can follow the journey of all the ingredients in the meal that they're eating. For example, a burger. So they can click every and each ingredient. So for example, the meat patty, and they can see where the animals have been that are processed for their meat patty, and how many food miles are traveled to the board of the consumer. So let me show you how this works. This is the supply chain as it currently is, and as you can see, it's quite intransparent. There are many actors, many steps don't know what steps came before them, and of course for the end consumer it's very unclear what the journey of their product was, and they can't track the traceability claims and the sustainability claims. Is it actually true what's on the packaging or on the menu? So if we go to our solution, you can see a far more transparent supply chain. So what we do is we use existing systems, for example, farm management systems or ERP systems of the parties in the supply chain, and we extract information using APIs and move that information to the blockchain solution, and then we do batch matching to go from one batch to the other. So we track a product from one batch into the next batch with, for example, in the case of Juicy Chain, the certification information attached. So what happens when a consumer goes to the supermarket to buy a pack of juice? He or she can scan that pack and with the QR code, go to the website, input the date on the packaging and the unique number, and then see the full journey of the juice, including all the certificate information of that product. And that can be seen on the level of each actor in the supply chain. So that's very new, and you can see here the journey including checks. So this is also something that is not only for the consumers, but for the whole supply chain, because of course auditors or certification information can use this information to check and verify. So Marike, tell us about our magic.
We actually started in blockchain in 2017, where we were in a different era where we are today. In the beginning, we actually thought to use existing protocols, I think many of the larger protocols that you know, but none of them were actually good enough for food. And there are three reasons why we started to develop our own blockchain protocol. We started that in 2019. The first one is interoperability. And we heard a lot about layer 1 today. We believe that layer 1 and interoperability is a key in software development overall in general. The second one is farmer friendliness. About 70% of your food comes from smallholders, which means farms with less than 1 acre of land. Now, if you want to have a meaningful information system of your food, you have to be able to connect these smallholders. And last, and in food, definitely very important, it is cost. So we have an architecture where we have no transaction costs. So you can track and trace as many volumes or as large of volumes as you want, but the cost structure remains the same. So you get a very predictable and manageable cost component of your blockchain. Now, the second thing where we innovate is not on tech, but it's on governance. And I think most of you here will know that technology is the easy part, right? That's the fun part. That's where things start happening really quickly. The difficult part is to get your software or your solution implemented in real life and have people working and interacting with it. So that is why we have a very innovative approach to the governance. And we put industries in foundations, so single-purpose foundations. So the example of the juice that Kirsten referred to, there is a juicychain.org foundation. The leaders of the industry fund that foundation, and they develop the implementation of open food chain, and they cover the maintenance costs. The individual companies have a one-off cost of onboarding, but by and large, the costs are covered by the foundations. And next to juice, we're also working in fish and in soy, and we're actually onboarding this year another 2 or 3 different additional industries. And our end focus is on 33 agri-food industries that we aim to onboard on open food chain. Now, again, the reason why we're here is that we see a lot of opportunity in Asia, and we are really looking for investors to help us grow this and help us become the biggest blockchain solution for agri-food. Now, I wonder if any of you have a clue on the total size of the market of the agri-food industry. And I hope you're starting to have some figures in your head. But the number is 11 trillion. So it's a pretty significant industry. And our focus is very, I think, manageable. So as Kirsten also mentioned, that in the juice industry, we have 10% of the total juice industry onboarded within 2 years. And we're going to aim for 10% of that 11 trillion. So we won't hold you very much longer from your lunch and some break. These are our details. We have a booth here, so we're very happy to show you the implementation and give you a demo. And hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Exactly, that was perfect. 10 minutes to the... Okay.
Alright. Xin cảm ơn phần trình bày vừa rồi của Open Food Chain ạ. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm very glad to hear that NFT is growing along with the development of the food as well. And to open this avenue, we have Open Food Chain to thank. So thank you so much for your development. And now, để tiếp theo chương trình thì tôi xin được mời lên sân khấu ông Daryl Wijaya, CTO dự án TRIයෙන් Legend, lên có phần trình bày về dự án. I would like to invite to the stage TRIයෙන් CTO to have a presentation on envisioning a true sandbox. Thank you.
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm so sorry for holding you up. I know you guys are hungry, but there's one more presentation to go through and I'll be very brief. I only have 10 minutes. So yeah guys, hello. I'm Daryl. I'm the CTO and co-founder of the TRIයෙන් ecosystem. I also co-founded the company with our friends Calvin and Javier. Here we are talking about envisioning a true sandbox. And you know, I look at this industry and I see that, you know, a lot of things are speculative. I think assets, images, and games, they all rely on the same fundamentals, but essentially those fundamentals are the only thing supporting a value of an asset entirely, which I find pretty sad, because I think, you know, we could be so much more than that, where assets can now essentially be useful across different projects, of course, through a secure and, you know, basically integral hub, which we call CryoPlay. So of course, moving on, you know, what is interoperability or interconnectivity? It's the act of an asset, you know, being able to be used or applicable across different worlds or different mediums, so to speak. Now what this does is that inherently this basically adds a lot of dynamic to an asset, where they're not just images, but they're tools to assist players not just in one game, but across many different games. And by the way, this is actually a gaming platform, so you know, we are very keen in supporting developers that have a lot of assets in their projects. So you know, oopsie doodles, let me get down, oh, here we go. So there's two types of interoperability types. There's basically extrinsic and intrinsic interoperability. This basically means that, you know, assets could actually, you know, provide in-game boosts or in-game bonuses if being equipped on a player profile, which we do have. If you have a pet cat in one game, that same cat could essentially give bonuses across maybe 10 or 20 games. But of course, extrinsic interoperability involves the fact that now this cat could appear directly in a game where it'll be fighting alongside you. Of course, all this is manual work, but we want to be there to actually secure this, to be a hub where developers could collaborate with each other in this manner. So of course, we also want these assets, now that they're across many games, to provide royalties. This means that players who use these assets across different games with our infrastructure could actually, developers could actually earn royalties off these assets. So one game could monetize itself not just by user in-game purchases, but of course how widely useful an asset is across different games, which I find to be very, very intuitive compared to our Web 2 counterparts who simply rely on revenue and in-game purchases alone. But of course, we want developers to find ways to monetize our products with our platform. I think Web 2 platforms like Steam or other platforms are pretty brutal in their monetizations where developers are cut, quite a hefty cut from their revenue, which is brutal. But we want to give developers more power and more time to create their assets. I think a lot of developers in this industry spend a lot of time actually creating infrastructure rather than video games. So they end up wasting a lot of capital on infrastructure, which is pretty bad because now we have games that don't look good, and that's not a good thing to look at for this Web3 industry. So of course, at the end of the day, right, not one NFT can dominate the entire market. We have sub-ecosystems that we have to approach, where now in this platform that we're creating, sub-ecosystems consisting of 10 games could interoperate with each other. This means this allows NFTs of certain types to have equal opportunity with each other, right? Which means developers can now actually create their own, ecosystems and basically control the ecosystems with consensus or an automated DAO, voting rights by users in their communities to ensure that everything runs smoothly. Of course, at the end of the day, we want users to have power, right? Not just over what their assets are, but what their assets can do. And we want users to actually have power of how, they can control the games they're playing. I think in current standing, Web 2 games, for example, they do have a lot of users, but their users have no rights, which is pretty sad because honestly, that means you're at the mercy of developers. But with our platform, we encourage developers to essentially give users the power to control their assets and actually the power to vote on what should happen to the game, because you basically dedicate your savings, your earnings to this one game, and if you have no control over that game, well, that's pretty sad. It's actually depressing, to say the least, because whatever happens to that game, well, it's gone, and you just lose everything. Hence why a platform like us is essential. We want your assets, your investments, to essentially have value across different products, and we want your assets to transcend the digital boundaries of one game. So even if a game does die, God forbid, those same assets could actually be used to benefit, well, let's say, multiple different games in its lifetime. Which means now NFTs are not just images, they are digital commodities with real value and real tool and real utilities across different games. So of course, we're tackling the Asian market. I think there's a large influx of games coming out, especially in Vietnam, which is why we're here. We see a lot of great developers in the country, making a lot of games. I think there's actually going to be 1,000 games or so coming out in the next year and a half, which is quite a lot. And we want developers and users to just aggregate themselves in this one hub where now they could share and collaborate and interoperate and give their users power to use their assets across different games. Because now we have a mess of Telegram, WhatsApp, Instagram, and nobody knows what's good, nobody knows what's actually making money. We want to also give users information, which is crucial in providing the right opportunity for users to basically make income and of course give users the chance to capitalize on their investments, especially when it comes to NFT gaming. Right now, the market is so speculative that nobody knows what's true. So it's time to change that, to give a more transparent approach to what games are actually working and what games aren't working, and to give assets a voice of their own. But there's a great transition happening in this industry, where I see now Web 2 games are essentially, Web 2 gamers are actually transitioning to Web 3 games, where now people are wanting to get back from playing video games. And we see it now with gamers these days, where now they're just playing games to get money. So why not games and regular people could essentially just play games and make enough money to get food for a week? Especially in countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, where that amount of money could go by a long way. So the opportunity here is quite rich, and we want to be at the face of it all. So imagine now that, let's take a step further. Now your assets could actually basically get your real life items. You know, we actually partner with a lot of government entities like Ultra Voucher back at home in Indonesia, where now we could actually trade in-game assets for food, which means that now children at ages of 10 to maybe 15 can now play mobile phone games on our hub platform and get vouchers to trade for food, digital data, mobile data, etc. for their daily needs. We want these assets not just to be useful in game, but also to be useful for people outside of the digital world. Because I think at the end of the day, blockchain must solve one essential problem, which is welfare. And I see a lot of projects solving that, but are they going that far? You know, it's time that we give back something to people. Give them the power to do what's right and to give them the power to make their lives a little better, at least in a sustainable fashion. However, you know, let's stress the fact that I believe a true sandbox is one where collaboration is essential. I think when we compete, you know, we only create enemies and we create friction between each other. We as a platform are open to collaborating with other platforms of similar nature. We don't want to be the only one doing this work. We want developers and creators to go to us and use us and perhaps benefit from us. And we want the same to happen with users and their developers, where now users are collaborating with each other with these assets, with these commodities to help each other. Essentially creating a sustainable dynamic where now people and the world are making themselves better each day. And that is what I believe the blockchain is designed to do, where now people have the power to do what's good and to do what's essential. But of course, the journey won't be easy, and this is why we're here. We're here to solve problems. At the end of the day, even if speculative projects do well, let's hope that in the long run, you know, we could actually do what's right and just give everybody a chance to make their lives a little better. Of course, that won't be easy, but this is why we're here, and this is what we're doing today. So, you know, we're in this booth over there outside. Just get to know us, get to know our projects. You know, we're making a lot of games and we get a lot of partners on our side. You know, we are very keen to get to know all of you better. And you know what, I'll have a few minutes left, but you know, thank you guys. And I appreciate your time. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, TRIEØS for a very exciting presentation. And now, cảm ơn TRIEØS vì đã có một cái một cái phần trình bày rất là thú vị. Tiếp theo xin được mời ông Eji Septiana, CEO của ARS Corp, lên có phần trình bày về nền tảng số ạ. Yeah. All right. We would like to invite to the stage the CEO of ARS Corp to have a presentation on digital platform. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Eddie. I'm the CEO of ARS Corporation. So I want to introduce my company, ARS Corporation. ARS Corporation is a commodity product. So we get stuff to digital enterprise program. So again, we are an Indonesian company. We are established a company since 5 years ago in Indonesia. We started our company with a small team by using our funding. At the present time, we are 30 members strong, serving more than 700 customers and partners. ARS Corporation is a food commodity trading company that provides a variety of local imported products, such as fresh and frozen meat, beef and buffalo meat, and livestock. Our vision is to use the blockchain technology to grow our current commodity trading business and at the same time to expand the edge sector in order to turn our vision into a reality. And our mission is to combine our commodity trading with the property business to create ARS ecosystem, ARS Divine, and ARS blockchain. The reason we are combining commodity trading and the property business because property business is our underlying foundation to keep the value of our company, and trading company will help us to grow our company at a significant rate. Okay. Our challenges. One the demand from the customers has been increasing for the last few years. Even during the COVID pandemic, back in 2019 to 2021, the market demand went up. However, we cannot keep up with the demand because we have a limited funding. 2 and 3, the higher operational costs because inefficient logistical and distribution channel, and our limited storage capacity because we are still renting the storage. 4, we have many production and business activities are many locations. As a result, the operational cost is much higher. We aim to integrate all of this in one site. We believe one possible solution to all this problem is to scale up, but scaling up requires large amount of investment to create a bigger ecosystem. Proper solution. Create ARS ecosystem which has digital integrated ARS land with sales and property rentals, commodity trading, NFT-based mini games, and an ARS marketplace. We are in the process of building our ARS decentralized finance. We already created, but we have not yet launched our ARS token in IDO sale. ARS token will give access to the token holders to participate in the ecosystem such as to be ARS property owner, ARS commodity trader, NFT, best ARS minigame player, and access to ARS marketplace. And we'll create our own ARS blockchain. Right now, we have our own land in the Jakarta area. Estimate value of the land in the $15 million, and we are planning to develop and transform this land into ARS property land, where we will have all these activities. So we'll build our co-farms, storage facility, and other facility to support our commodity trading business. So how does this work in our ARS ecosystem? Suppose you have a property from ARS land that you want to buy. So first you have to buy our ARS token from our DeFi. To purchase the NFT of the property to acquire the ownership of the property. This also works vice versa. You can sell your NFT and get the ARS token. So what is in our DeFi? The ARS decentralized finance is where we connect Indonesian market and international market in the terms of commodity and property trading, and to maintaining sustainable trading activity for our token in the ARS marketplace. For staking reward, the allocation of your staking fund comes from the profit of real commodity trading and property business. We also offer several membership packages with the different benefits. You can get more detail on the tax package in our official website. Okay. We will create NFT-based game to target wider audience and market. Player can buy a course and the course in the game in the form of an NFT certificate for the land and the course. At the present time, we already have an existing co-farm with the 300 course. So all activities in the NFT-based game are translated into real co-farm. For instance, to fit the cost that you buy, you need to buy an hour token to cover expenses. ARS Marketplace. This is a place to advertise and buy or sell ARS product and ARS partner product, properties and services. So one example is our token holder can buy or sell the course through the bidding in our marketplace. Another example is buying and sell item in game, benefit to influencer get paid after sharing information, and so on. Okay, for our traction, right now we have this 700 customer and partners. That's included the supplier, buyer, and partner. For the first one, our forecast that will have around the 1,000
user from member in our device, staking program, mini game players, ARS marketplace, and ARS property land owner. For the first two, we predict we will have more than 50,000 users to ARS blockchain user and other future development. Okay. Financial forecast our ecosystem. For the first time, for the first year, we predict our target revenue is around $10 million, which come from our commodity trading and to sell of our property of our existing land. You can all see in the slide our product cost and target profit. For phase 1 funding to develop ARS decentralized finance, we estimate the cost around $2 million. For the phase 2, for the development of ARS property land, for year 1 to year 3, we estimate the cost around $25 million, but we can kickstart the project for $5 million. So the investment money will go to kick the start development of integrated ARS land and ARS DeFi. As you will see on the tokenomic, our total supply of tokenomic is 2 billion token, with initial circulating supply in 20 million or 1.25% of the total supply. And you can see on the slide to break down for the percentage of the seed sale, private round, edu sale, and staking reward, and so on. Yeah, this is our map for our ARS decentralized finance, from the preparation, seed sale, private round, IDO sales, and so on. This is our team. And so that included our brief presentation. And if any of you need more info or have a question, you can stop by at our booth at the hall the outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much ARS Corp for spending your time to have a presentation. Xin cảm ơn ARS Corp ạ. Và tiếp theo tôi xin được mời ông William Samoseki, CEO của công ty SAS Mining lên có phần phát biểu. And now we would like to invite to the stage CEO of SAS Mining to have a presentation on the making Bitcoin mining with renewable energy easy and accessible to everyone. Excuse me, we would like to invite BitSliced on the stage to have a presentation on real-world items on blockchain. Và sau đây sẽ là phần trình bày của Chris Mael, CIO của BitSliced, sẽ có phần trình bày về những tài sản thực ở trên blockchain ạ.
Okay, hi guys. Yeah, thank you for having me first of all. Thank you to the staff, thank you to the event members and everyone. I'm Chris, I'm one of the co-founders of BitSliced. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer. So yeah, let's go. So what we're going actually to do is actually we would like to bring real world assets into the blockchain. So we're tokenizing actual real world assets like you can imagine of real estate properties, vehicles, and so on. And for this, we are planning to develop an app, which we call Sliced App. The Sliced App will have features like trading, channels, passive income, instant cashback, fractional ownership, minting, dynamic NFTs, and everything will be combined in a Web3 app. So what we're going to do is actually like, we are a team of 10 team members right now. We have also people around the world. We're speaking up to 8 languages. What we're also having like is like, we've also partnerships with, for example, agencies who are helping us in marketing. We have also contractors working with us on smart contracts, audit firms, and all these kind of things. So I don't know if I'm now in the picture, but if you would like, you can scan the QR code, so you're entering directly the link tree. So even when you want, for example, to follow the presentation easier with a bit more content, then you can follow us on Linktree and go to the light paper directly, and then you will see also the presentation with a bit more content. And by the way, we're in pre-seed round. That's why also the pre-seed was signed this there. So one of the big problems right now, nowadays, is that the process of transferring funds is too centralized, and also third parties are involved. So that means also due diligence, also afterwards, takes also a long time. So, and also because the current NFT marketplaces are not appealing enough for the average Joe, that means like normal users who are not really in the crypto world, they don't understand the NFT market. So what they're going to do is then, they don't understand the gas fees, they don't understand the trading fees, what is happening right now, how can I mint an NFT? So that's where we are coming in, because our mission is actually to inspire people to make it easier for the average Joe to enter the NFT world, and because at the end the NFTs are here to stay. So then we have the concept of sliced. I was already at the beginning showing you what we actually can do with our app, or what we will do. And I will go deeper into it. So we're making it easier for the people, for the community. We would like to make it for everyone accessible, like for the average Joe, using our app, minting NFTs, trading NFTs, and even tokenizing like real world assets. So what we're going to do is actually, we are really working with the community to create the user interface, user experience designs, how they want to do it, and how they want it. We have the channels. Channels is a really important feature for us, because this channel is like an exclusive channel. So maybe all of you guys hear about Patreon or even OnlyFans. It's kind of a subscription model. Subscription model means like that the owner of the group, of the channel, has the possibility to provide an exclusive content to the community. So in the exclusive community, for example, if I would subscribe to a channel of one of you guys, then I would have the option to chat with a person directly. I can trade in the channel directly with the specific items which are just exclusive for a channel. Because you can imagine, for example, there might be a Rolex, a luxury watch shop who would like to be exclusive. So they're creating their own channels, and they're just like trading the Rolex inside the channel because they don't want it on a global market. Otherwise, it's not too exclusive anymore. And by the way, earn passive income, of course, like every user who's subscribing to the channel, they will also get, like, for example, every month a reward and so on. So then we have the passive income NFTs. Passive income NFTs are actually like related to a partnership product. That means like we're creating partnerships. Could be everyone, could be, for example, like a vehicle, like an automotive firm, where we're creating a partnership with. And as soon as you're getting one of these NFTs, like a passive income NFT, you can actually store it in the sliced app, and you can generate passive income. Then we have the transaction fee system, which includes actually cashbacks. This is actually our business model, our heart in our sliced app. So what we're going to do is actually every buyer or every transaction, what is happening in the sliced app, like it could be, for example, trading, minting an NFT, creating, for example, a channel, because even a channel would be also like an NFT. That means like 2.5% of each transaction in the sliced app will be like, first of all, splitted. So 0.4% is going into our foundation, like the BitSlice Foundation. 0.5% are going into batches. I will get into batches later because batches are linked to SBTs. Then we have 0.4% for liquidity providers, 0.2% for stakers, and 1% instant cashback. And also about the cashback can be increased. It depends, for example, when we want to go into the real estate market, then it depends on the real estate agency what kind of percentage they would like to give to the users. So then we have also passive incomes. Passive incomes means like we have token holders, and these token holders, for example, liquidity provider, they will earn up to 0.4%, as I told you already in the first slide or in the slide before, and 0.2% for the stakers. So now we're coming to how our name was created, slices. So fractional ownership is actually what we're going to provide. So fractional ownership means like it could be, for example, one of you guys is holding one of the most expensive CryptoPunks or Bored Ape Yacht Clubs, kind of an NFT, which you would like to give to the community or to provide to the community. So what you can do is actually like you're sending this NFT to a digital vault. In this digital vault, you're getting the access then to slice the NFT into multiple NFTs. So you can set the number by yourself. In this kind of case, it would be 10 NFTs, like from a value of 290K, we're splitting it down to 29K per slice, per sliced NFT. Slice is how we're calling it. And then afterwards, after they're created, they're getting into the market, and at the same time, it will be creating also a replica NFT, which will be actually got back to the owner of the holder. Because this replica NFT is also an option how to sell it later again. After the replica NFT is sold, this replica NFT actually will actually burn the other sliced NFTs as soon as they're getting sold, and it's getting back, like for example, first of all, the percentages to the actually shareholders or to the sliced holders, and that's actually how we're going to work. So if you have more questions also about how we're going to do it with real world assets and so on, then I would be happy when we can talk about later after the presentation. Next is like we have the badgings, badging with SBTs. SBTs, I don't know if you hear already about it. SBTs are soul-bound tokens. Soul-bound tokens are non-transferable NFTs. That means, for example, how can you obtain a sliced badge? Like obtaining a slice badge, for example, means like you have to achieve some goals. Achieving goals, we have, for example, providing charity. Next to charity, we have also, for example, trading. Like depends on how much you're going to trade. We can provide you with an SBT. This SBT is actually giving you also like kind of a percentage out of the transaction fee model, what I was showing you before, that you're getting also revenue. Also with a charity, for example. Could be, for example, your charity provider or charity sponsor of level 3, for example, because this SBT is upgradable, so upgradable from the issuer, which actually BitSlice we are. And it depends on the level. Also, you can actually first of all showcase also to all the community, because actually at the end, what we're also going to provide, and as I told you also at the beginning, is that the whole slice step is gamified and socialified. Gamified and socialified means like that we have kind of an ecosystem which is actually providing something like a social media platform, like with the channels, and also like what I said also before with the marketplace. So now I'm getting more to numbers. These numbers are probably easy to see by yourself. That's why I provided at the beginning a QR code. You will see a QR code also later again, because these numbers actually like numbers which we were calculating by ourselves by comparing it with other competitors like Rookster, OpenSea, and all other platforms depending on user base and so on. So if you're interested in what kind of revenue we could achieve, then please have a look later in our white paper, or even on our website. So now I'm getting into our utility of the token. So the utility of the token, as I said already, is we're using it to trade NFTs. But it's just not normal NFTs. We are talking about like minting NFTs. We are talking about the passive income NFTs and so on. So even there also, if we have more questions, if you guys have more questions, please come to me. I will explain you later. Then what else can we use the token for? We can stake it to earn passive income. We can use it to mint channels, to join channels, of course, and it will be used also for the future while we're working still on a metaverse and especially on the whole logic and fundamentals. Here we have the token allocation. So here you can see already how we're going to use the token allocation. The next will be also the fundraising plan. So because I told you guys already, like we're in pre-seed, so we really like, we built all our fundamentals. We are developing the whole company already for 7 months. We are based in Switzerland, Zug. And yeah, the incorporation is done. Now we're going over into pre-seed. So yeah, it would be nice to talk to you guys. Here we have also a vesting schedule, so we already prepared how we're going to follow. And then we have also upcoming features. Upcoming features like means staking program, partnerships, starting the development of the slice step, all these kind of things. And if you have more interest into the upcoming features, please also have a look on our website, okay? Thank you. Then we have already signed partnerships. We already into partnerships with real estate agencies, also with marketing agencies, all these kind of things. We're building up our platform right now, like our social media growth. We're doing growth hacking, all these kind of things. So we are also looking into new partnerships. But of course, here also, thank you first of all. And you can scan again the QR code. If you're interested now more than before, then please scan the QR code. And yeah, we can talk later. Thank you so much.
Vâng ạ, vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại tất cả những phần thuyết trình trong buổi sáng ngày hôm nay. Tuy nhiên thì một cái điểm quan trọng nhất của hội thảo lần này đó chính là cơ hội được gặp gỡ những đối tác này, những nhà đầu tư và những doanh nghiệp khác. Và đó chính là mục đích của cái sự kiện tiếp theo trong cái chuỗi sự kiện này, đó chính là meeting 11. Và để giải thích kỹ hơn cái quy trình của cái buổi meeting này thì tôi xin được mời ông Hadi lên để trình bày cái quy trình nó diễn ra như thế nào. I would like to introduce Mr. Hadi over to explain the process of the one-on-one meeting between businesses and investors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for. Oh, I don't think this is working. Okay, just a quick thank you all for sticking around until this time. I know we've had a very long morning without an official break, so thank you all for still being here. Right now, we are going to have a long break. The break consists of time allotted for the one-to-one meetings. The one-to-one meetings are happening in the adjacent room to this conference ballroom. For those who have scheduled meetings with our sponsors, please make sure that you show up to the meeting. For those who don't have any scheduled meeting but still would like to discuss potential investment opportunities with the project, please inform our team members and they will be more than happy to schedule meetings for you. After the meetings, we head straight to lunch. Lunch is being conducted in another ballroom on the same floor behind the area where the booths are located. Lunch is going to be served at around 1 o'clock, and then we're going to be back into this room to continue the conference at 2 p.m. So please enjoy the break. If you don't have any meeting schedule, please take the time to go visit the booth of our sponsors and have a chat with them. And see you all at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Alo, 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 1, 2, alo, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alo, 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 1, 2, 3, 4. Alo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Tại cái dây trắng.
Hello? Okay, we're still waiting for some people to come back from lunch. A lot of them went to lunch a little bit later, so just gonna wait another maybe 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes maximum. Wait until the room gets a little bit fuller.
Vâng ạ. Xin kính chào toàn thể các vị khách quý cũng như là toàn bộ khách mời đang có trong hội trường ngày hôm nay. Bây giờ chúng ta sẽ bắt đầu giờ buổi chiều của sự kiện hội nghị blockchain toàn cầu ngày hôm nay ạ. Xin mọi người ổn định vị trí chỗ ngồi để chúng ta có thể bắt đầu sự kiện ngay bây giờ. Xin cảm ơn. Vâng ạ, để hâm nóng lại sự kiện thì chúng tôi sẽ được tiếp tục mở ra phiên thảo luận và trước khi cái phiên thảo luận mở ra thì tôi xin mời ông Hani lên để có một cái thông tin rất là thú vị muốn chia sẻ với mọi người đúng khi mà nghĩ ra chắc là thông tin rất là thú vị chia sẻ. Yes, I would like to introduce Mr. Hari onto the stage to introduce a very exciting contest that we're having for the entire 2 days of the event, and I hope that you guys will have a very fun time participating in it.
Okay, I hope everybody had a good lunch and you're not very sleepy. Okay, so a couple of quick announcements before we start the program again. In front of you on the tables there is a sheet and you have different barcodes on these sheets. The middle one is Agora's newsletter for blockchain. It's called Block by Block. So I invite you please to subscribe for it. It will keep you updated with everything that is related to the blockchain ecosystem in Dubai and in the Middle East. So please subscribe to it. We're also running a referral program and we will announce the winner at the end of the event tomorrow. These are the processes, the procedure to subscribe to it. It's not about individual subscription, it's about how many of your friends you can refer to subscribe to the newsletter. The 3 top winners will receive $500 in cash and stablecoin, a hard wallet, and a Vietnamese punk NFT. So please go ahead and refer as many of your friends as possible, and wish you a good afternoon and a great continuation of the conference program. Thank you.
All right, $500 US, right? I mean, if I had easy money like that, I would be able to subscribe to every newsletter I have on the list today. Nào, vâng, cũng để hâm nóng lại sự kiện chiều ngày hôm nay thì chúng tôi xin được phép là mở ra một phiên thảo luận mới về chủ đề xu hướng và thách thức mà các doanh nghiệp và nhà đầu tư sẽ quan tâm vào năm 2022. Now, to rekindle the event, we would like to continue with the second panel discussion on digital market assets with the very expert speakers who have key insights about the industry. Và các diễn giả chiều nay sẽ có những cái hiểu biết rất là sâu sắc về cái vấn đề này. Tôi xin được mời ông Tobias Boyer, hiệu trưởng quỹ sáng lập Blockchain. I would like to invite to the stage Tobias Boyer, principal of the Blockchain Founders Fund. Please give a round of applause. Thank you. I would also like to introduce to the stage Jay Moore, CMO of Prasaga. I would also like to invite to the stage Riley Chen, Country Director of the Vietnam Near Protocol and co-founder of GFS Ventures. Vâng ạ, chị Riley Chen, Giám đốc quốc gia Việt Nam của Near Protocol, đồng sáng lập của GFS Ventures. Vâng, xin chào chị. I would also like to introduce you on stage Jose F. Pereira, the investment analyst of Swiss Rock Ventures. Thank you. All right, now I would like to introduce the moderator of today's panel discussion. Okay. And now, well, all right. So I would like to ask you guys yesterday, have you guys have a good lunch? Did you guys have a good time, meeting with other companies, investors, and everything today? And of course, after hearing all of the opening session this morning. Yeah, so I would like to ask you guys the opinions, like what do you think about this morning session? Do you guys find out any new information about Vietnam that you're particularly interested in?
I mean, I got a good impression that blockchain is emerging here as a new technology. Still looking for more of the use cases, obviously, and more momentum.
Well, I think that this afternoon discussion session is going to be even more exciting with new markets and insight that I think everyone here in the audience will be very interested in. And hosting and moderating the talk show, the panel discussion today will be Mr. Jose. And I will leave the stage to you, to the professionals. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to Agora Group for hosting the event. My name is Jose Pereira, I'm an investment analyst at Swissborg. Swissborg is a state-of-the-art wealth management app with over 650,000 users, and us at Swissborg Ventures, we invest on behalf of Swissborg into early stage token projects. So I'm very excited for this panel and looking forward to hearing your insights about the market. So I think let's kick it off with a quick introduction. Tell us a bit more about yourself and the projects and the funds that you represent. Maybe we can start with Riley.
Yeah, so hello everyone. Hope that everyone enjoys the lunch. And my name is Riley. At the moment I'm the co-founder of TFS. TFS is the global venture capital. So we celebrate the mass adoption of blockchains by investing in the cutting-edge projects and also incubating for the Web3 startup as the blockchain hub. In here we support for the project, like we provide the whole ecosystem for the startup projects. And besides that, as you can see that I'm also the country director in Vietnam market for NIR protocol. NIR is one of the top tier 1 blockchain layer 1 at the moment, and hope that everyone here also know about NIR.
Jay Moore, I'm the co-founder and CMO of Prosaga, and we're a new next generation layer 1 native blockchain. So I come from 10 new ventures in my career and have exited 4, the majority of which were in the video game industry over the last 30 years. And I had the opportunity to make a lot of fun, and now I'm out to make a difference.
Yeah, nice to meet everyone, and thanks for coming back so early from lunch to hear what we have to say. I'm Toby, we run Blockchain Founders Fund. We're a Singapore-based venture capital fund. We pivoted now slightly, and we launched 2 funds. So we invest anything from 100K up to 5 million USD into token, equity, NFTs, so quite broad. And we backed over 100 companies now in the space. So majority are still US and Southeast Asia based, but we see a lot of more interesting projects coming from all around the world. So excited to back the new generation now in this more challenging market where we hopefully see a lot more founders and builders building the next generation of unicorns in the space. So yeah, excited to be here.
Well, thank you very much for your introduction. Again, it's a pleasure to be here in the panel with you. Just to get it started and talk about crypto in the space, we know that the crypto asset class has primarily existed in a 0% interest rate environment, and it's the first time that we're seeing a macro storm, right? So what do you think is going to be different in this bear market and for the rest of the year from both your infrastructure platform and building perspective, and in your case, Tobias and Riley, on the fund and investment side?
Okay, may I start first? Talk about digital assets. So the markets of digital assets have evolved since its inception in 2009, and the evolving markets were subject to evolution and devolution cycle, and of course digital assets has no exception. So, but on the technology side, we do see the soaring and also like the significant development of the blockchain technologies. At the beginning, you can see that it changes year by year. So at the beginning, we have the open money represent for Bitcoin. Then we have the open finance like DeFi, and now at the moment it's the state of the open web. And let's do the quick comparison about the market cap. If we take a look back on this time for 3 years later, 3 years ago, so the market cap is around 3 billion US dollar. And now the market cap today is around 300 billion, and now 900 billion, and the market's already increased around three times already. So it's really dramatically. So we can see that like it's both increase in the technology side and also in the investment side. But in this year, I think that is totally different because we're just starting in the bear market. It's different from the last year, like the uptrend market. And in the bear markets, we can see that there will be more real builder in the bear markets because like the markets have no formal, no high, and the markets and the project also no overvaluation. And this is where the well opportunities are made. So we can easy to find more project, more good project to build a good company and with a really reasonable price. So if we take a look back on the last bear market, we can see that there are a lot of unicorn projects was born. Like we have synthetic launch, we have Solana launch, Near Protocol launch, and also a lot of good DeFi projects like MakerDAO, Compound, Uniswap was launched on the bear market. So in the rest of years, I think like the markets more came down, and also the goods have to clear on the market. So for the low quality project, maybe they cannot survive. But like we will see more and more useful application and more good project will be built in the bear market, and also good for the venture fund SME to looking for the good project to invest in.
Oh, thank you very much for your answer. Jay, what would you like to?
Well, I think having lived through a lot of different market cycles, this one was maybe the bigger bubble than I've seen in a long time in terms of, you talk about the hype and FOMO. And, you know, it was inevitable. It's going to have a correction. Now, it did kind of parallel the correction in the greater markets. And I think one of the things I look at is that right now, crypto has not found its own footing. It's more of a speculative market being manipulated by large players. And that means that the market isn't necessarily reflective of the value of the companies. And I think one of the things I would hope would happen out of this is that we begin to mature to the level where now, just because you're a blockchain or barely say crypto project, that you wouldn't be indicted by all of the other projects that are on the market. And I think that's something where I hope that's an outcome of this, where we're actually going to have, like you say, true valuations, projects that are actually valued based on their true intrinsic value. I mean, people keep asking me what my tokenomics are. And I spoke at tokenomics actually in Chiang Mai in 2018, and I still stand by the fact that we're defining tokenomics wrong. Tokenomics should be the economic activity on your blockchain or in your project, not your cap table. I mean, I've had a lot of startups. Cap tables are separate from valuation. They're not the same thing. And the way we need to define valuation is something that this particular market needs. Because if we're going to make an impact and we're actually going to show that the use cases have a proof of value, not just a proof of feasibility, we're going to have to show those bottom line returns. And investors need to be able to believe that even if they're coming in for token or equity, that the valuations are going to be based on true market value, not on speculation. And that's my dream, is that we come out of this a stronger market.
I absolutely agree with you. I think that compared to private equity, we still haven't figured out a standard of valuation for tokens, and that's something that variation in that huge spectrum is something that affects a lot of people and projects. Yeah.
And like during the uptrend market, most of the projects they just only sell the dream to the investor. Sure. So they say that okay, I will do this, I will do that, but they cannot prove that they actually can do it or not. Mm-hmm. And then they just give that okay, I can make about this one, also in the future, and that's the reason why I sell this project with this valuation at now. So. Sure. Maybe in this one, the markets came down and people will think carefully and they will looking for something, have the real use cases, not just only like the dreaming in the future.
Right, so we can see this.
How many billion are we going to put into metaverse? I don't know. I think 25 billion and we'll figure it out.
Tobias, if you could please give us your perspective from a VC side.
Yeah, no, I mean, the change has been been quite significant, I would say, especially on the investor side, and then of course also on the founder side, but I'm speaking now more from the investor side. So we look at about 500 companies a month right now across our team, and that's increasing as we obviously hiring more people. But you can imagine we see a lot of ideas a lot of times, right? Because they're not 500 unique companies coming through a funnel every single month. So like, a lot of them are games, right? A lot of them are NFT marketplaces, a lot of them are like other supply chain areas. Metaverse is quite predominant. And again, I would say January, February, December, a couple months ago, the ask was basically, we have nothing built right now, but you give us 10 million and then we figure it out in the next 4 to 5 years. Maybe 10, but like, we'll let you know. And it's not even a joke, right? I mean, like, basically the round was still so oversubscribed at that time that we as a fund had like 6 hours a day to make a decision. Like, there's no way I can do a due diligence process in a day. Like, even if I stop everything else I'm doing, it's basically impossible to check legal, business, tech in one day, right? Or like, it's very, very difficult. So that means that, like, on average, everybody stopped doing a proper due diligence because it was simply impossible. And that's exactly what happened right now, that a lot of funds got challenged. Very, very difficult because things haven't planned out as they would have because no one really did a proper research on it. And founders also, at the same time, unfortunately, thought everything is coming too easy because you're in a market where money essentially rains from heaven. Now, things changed. A lot of projects are still either not around anymore or around, but then valuations have changed drastically. Right? Other rounds have been priced at 100 million, now coming back to us at 10 million or 15 million. And you still have leverage to push it down if you wanted to. So I think the challenge in this space is, and I think it's also important for founders to fully understand that, is you're still building a business, right? And I think that's a very, very important point. Like, of course you can have tokenomics, but if the first question an investor is going to ask you, what's your token unlock? Like, there's something wrong with the whole mindset of investing in startups, right? Because that's not the point. Like, if this company is going to go to the moon, as we like to say in the industry, it shouldn't matter to me if the token is unlocked for 6 months or a year, right? Because I get my money back eventually. And a fund has an 8-year fund horizon or a 6-year horizon, right? So it's not essentially what we're looking for. I think now this market should really give every founder who is in here for the long term the opportunity to build essentially businesses again, right? And to bring solutions to the ecosystem, to your users who will hopefully use it on a day-to-day basis, and you'll solve a major pain point in their view. And we as an investor want to be there to back you, but like, we need to see more reasonable valuations. We need to see more focus on the product and less focus on the tokenomic side, and NFTs will be eventually going to drop at some point in time, right? So I love the space, and I see a lot of amazing people in here, and I talked to great founders over the last 2 hours, and I think we are now reaching that point where we hopefully understand that we want to look at fundamentals again, and not building something which, you know, is overhyped and maybe not even come to life at some point in time. So yeah, we see a lot of changes, but I think it's a very good time right now to build, because you can now show everyone that you're really in for the technology and for what this can do to your users, and not so much from like a, you know, because you have to rush into the space, because eventually you get a 10x multiple if you mention blockchain or metaverse in your pitch deck, right? So that's kind of my take. I love to meet great founders, but yeah, that's sort of from an investment point of view.
All right, so following up on what you just said of an excess supply of projects raising capital, and Riley, what you just mentioned about the best projects that have come out of previous bear markets, right? We agreed that some of the best companies and business models are built during these times. What do you think needs to be built in the crypto space currently? And where do you see most of the opportunities for the next bull cycle?
Should I start? Oh, okay. So I like to look at it from like 3 different buckets, so to say. Right? So the first bucket for us is blockchain, but not crypto. And I think this is still a very, very important bucket, because it brings a lot of enterprises in the space, it brings a lot of innovation in the space, and that's essentially, because I don't think personally that all the innovation is going to be driven from startups alone, right? I think it always needs to be an ecosystem where like startups bring innovation, they get bought by corporates, and then corporates see the value in it and build solutions by themselves, and then the whole thing will essentially work out. So we still look at a lot of like, you know, I talked to some other companies here in the space, like, you know, building like more transparency on the food supply chain side, which I think is a very interesting area to explore, right? Or like supply chain in general, like audit from using streaming services we've invested, but they don't really touch the crypto layer. They're just building purely, hopefully, a public blockchain to drive adoption forward. And the second bucket is, we call it infrastructure, but it's not the layer 1s or the layer 2 or whatever you wanna think about. It's more like think about it for a second. We have all these metaverses being built, all the games being built, all the decentralized application being built, but there needs to be a way for a user to access them without going through 15 middle steps, and essentially it gets very complicated to access them. And then that also ties into capital, right? In the 17-18 market, we had all these like Uniswap stuff like coming up, which gives like a lot of easier liquidity to projects. Now, like DAO structures could be a very interesting project moving forward, right? Because like they give more easy capital access if they're done correctly and if they're managed correctly, of course. But I think that's all kind of like our infrastructure or anything which supplies those blockchain layers. And I think here we need to improve a lot. And I think there we can see a lot of great projects who build those infrastructure to bridge anyone who is not crypto native to use a decentralized application. And then the third bucket we look at is literally like the crypto native side, which is like the apps situation, like the games, the metaverses, and the DeFi projects, and like sort of utility for NFTs, with things an important point moving forward, especially also in this current market.
Jay, I see you're ready to talk about infrastructure.
You know, don't push that button. Yeah, I mean, obviously as a new layer 1, we believe a couple of things. One, we need to have stabilized currency that we're going to settle with, and that's something that we put a lot of energy into. But more important, we see ease of development. If we can make the ability for people to develop on our infrastructure so it doesn't have a cost center that is not possible to get a return on investment. We sat down with IBM and Oracle and a lot of these guys that were going out into enterprise, and they could not show a good solid return on investment for large capital or large enterprise. We've got to be able to make blockchain easier, and that's obviously what our architecture is about. But one of the things I think I can't sit up here and not talk about, and it's something I've done a few presentations on, is I believe we have a responsibility as some of the thought leaders and the keys in this industry to ask the hard questions that are not being asked right now. What is it that blockchain should be doing to build the new economy? Human trafficking and human slavery is a human right issue around the planet, and we can now track on the blockchain whether or not you're certified to be human trafficking free when you put a product on. And we can take these externalities, whether it's the global ecosystem and plastic reduction, or if it's getting carbon credits in a way that we can now measure those. If we're going to do what's right with this next economy that we're building on the blockchain, we've got to ask some of those hard questions. How are we going to mitigate AI from manipulating markets across what we've now disintermediated from humans using blockchain? There's some strong solutions for those sorts of questions, and I just feel like I can't see the potential of blockchain reaching what it is and have us sit 5-10 years on a panel like this and look back, well, if we'd only been doing that in 2022, we could have solved these issues. Now's the time for us to find innovators who are passionate about those types of issues, whether it's carbon credits or a lot of different projects that really will make a difference, and figure out how to get a return on those investments. I think those are important innovations for us as we're in this bear market. It's going to be a hard couple. I honestly don't think it's going to be over this year. So you asked me by the end of the year what's different. I think the traditional markets are going to be even more challenged, but we'll see. My crystal ball got cloudy. But I think it's important that we ask the hard questions and come up with some of the strong answers that need to be answered.
And like 2022 will be the years of response. If 2021 will be years of awareness for everyone to know about this market. And now you can see that a lot of traditional institutions, they start researching and investing in this market. And then I think that like for the future, the people will mainly focus on some of the projects which serve for the mainstream user out there, not just only serve for the user of the crypto, because the user of the crypto is just the small one. And if we want to attract for the mainstream user, the project have to be simple. And it have to make that the people they using the blockchain, but they even don't know that they are using the blockchain product. So we will looking for some of the project they solve this problem. For example, like at the moment, like people are using the wallet, but like the MetaMask wallet at the moment kind of complicated for the mainstream user. But if we can come some of the simple one, they can use the wallet with like their name, or they can use the email address or the phone. So it could be easy for everyone can use the crypto, and they also can. And the wallet will be the first gateway for the mainstream user to join on the blockchain and on the crypto. And I really agree with Tobias about like, we don't talk about the cryptocurrency, we talk about blockchain technologies. So the blockchain technology can solve a lot of problems in the future. And a lot of traditional companies, for example, like supply chains, they also can like integrate the blockchain technologies in their company to make it everything is smoother. And like in the future, we're looking for some of the projects, some of the application can solve the real problem for the mainstream user.
It's been great to hear your insights precisely from an enterprise and a perspective where you solve real problems in the world, because sometimes we might get caught up on what reaches the news, and as a consumer, the casino factor, let's say, of DeFi and the meme coins and all of the news that we've seen in the last 3 months. We have 5 minutes left, so I think we should open the time for any question from the audience. Does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask? I have one more question if no one has. Yeah.
Quiet audience.
Yeah.
So, do you have any questions for us? You can help. Anything?
No, well, with regards to the latest events, you see the UST collapse, you see 3 Arrows Capital, centralized exchanges that have had their liquidity withdrawals stopped. How do you think this is going to impact the behavior of users and consumers in the short term?
How many more do we think we're going to see before it's over?
I would also agree that there's still more cadavers in the closet and a lot more to unwind because of all the companies that were related, for example, to 3 Arrows Capital, and we're providing loans to them. So yeah, it's a bit worrying, the situation that's going to come up with companies that might have a short runway to go through this bear market and not have a strong war chest. But from the user perspective, do you think that the behavior with regards to, for example, staking or locking your tokens, is it worth it to get a 3% APY on Bitcoin where you are not sure 100% if you're going to be able to withdraw your tokens? What do you think with regards to stable coins as well?
Okay, so about that one, I think that like it's really worth, and a lot of people lost a lot of money on this one. But in the positive view, I think that this is good because it can awareness the people that cryptocurrency markets is not the place to for easy money. Because before that, when we talk about the cryptocurrency market, everyone always expect that when they put the money, they can invest for it's fine, even though it's 10 profit. And all of them, we talk about that. Okay, it's really to be rich, really easy to be rich when you invest in the cryptocurrency. And then we have Luna, USD, and 3AC. And this will be like, it's same in the bell to wake up everyone and to show them that, okay, this market is still really beginning, it's really young. And there are also a lot of risk in here. So when the people they need invest, they need to do their own research before investing. And don't put all of the money in this one because this is too risk and this is not a high risk, high return market. Maybe this is a high risk and no return market. So it's going to wake up everybody and then make the people when they invest in the new market, they need to do the research and to understand really careful about the market before they put the money in.
Well, and I think we've been saying it all along. Business fundamentals, inspiring good innovation, getting quality use cases that actually do. I mean, I do think there are outsized returns. There are some unicorns that are going to emerge, but you can't bet on everybody being a unicorn. There's got to be good baseline business valuation that's done and good due diligence. I mean, one of the challenges I see in the Hype Fest is that people don't pay attention to the downside risk, and this is just going to draw a lot of attention to the fact that it isn't a low risk, high return. At best, it's a high risk, good return for people who do their homework and pay attention. And I think hopefully that's something that we all learn from this. The other thing that I see, and that's just that we've got to be really careful about expectation management. We keep making promises we can't fulfill. And I mean, I've been in video games, so, you know, we've been, you know, talking about what it is that makes something have a good economy in an MMO. It requires community engagement, people to be part of the network effect. They have to be part of their lifestyle. And until blockchain becomes part of our lifestyle, we're really not going to have tipped and be a true technology that is transformative. I honestly think this is the next 5 years where we do that.
Is there anything you would like to add to it?
Yeah, just quickly, I don't want to take too much of all of your time. I think what is just challenging with all these companies collapsing or holding withdrawals is that most of the people using BlockFi, Celsius, Voyager, all these different things are not necessarily the OGs, as people call it, right? So like these are a lot of people who come into crypto. It's so easy to put your credit card, you get, you know, 8, 12, whatever, 20% on UST return. And that obviously now shocked a bunch of people, I think, right? And especially now they experience so much benefit from it, and then one day to the other, you basically, everything is gone. I think that could have a bit of a challenge from a image perspective, from a reputation perspective to the space, especially if people are just got into this whole industry in 2022 or 2021. But also the same side, ask yourself, like, how is it possible to have 20% if anything else in the world gives you currently like 0? And we as a fund, it was actually quite interesting. We have so much idle cash, undeployed cash, right? And everybody always asks us, what are you going to do with your undeployed cash? Like, you're not going to put it in some like staking thing or like DeFi protocol. And then, you know, we were evaluating a bunch of them, and I wrote a report in February actually about UST and like Anchor protocol. And we decided to pass on it, not because I could foresee that it eventually did peg, but like it just wasn't, if you compare it to a risk matrix, it didn't tick the boxes, right? And of course, a lot of, you could easily say, let's put it in and see what's happening. But for me, it's more important, if I lose $1 by putting in something I haven't done a due diligence for, like I still have to say that I fell to the trap, right? And that's kind of like the idea, what we have as a fund of like being extremely thorough on the DD process. Of course, you will never find everything, but I had so much challenges in this market coming from a private equity background originally, of like you giving me 6 hours to do the diligence, right? Normally I wrote up a 200-page report about a business, and it took me 3 months to do the diligence process. Now it's like down to 6 hours. But I think this whole side is now back to builders, and I saw this already today. So thanks Agora for like organizing so many awesome founders in the room and having us talk to them, and I'm just excited to what's happening tomorrow and later today. So thanks for having me and all of us on the panel.
Yeah, I guess this finishes the panel. Thank you so much, and thank you to the audience as well. It's been a pleasure. A round of applause for them, please.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Vâng ạ, xin cảm ơn tất cả những diễn giả về một buổi thảo luận vô cùng hữu ích. Để có thể tổng kết lại cái buổi thảo luận vừa rồi thì tôi có thể nói lại một số những cái điểm chính. Đó chính là điểm thứ nhất, đó chính là sau những cái biến động của cái thị trường blockchain và cũng như là thị trường crypto nói chung thì đã có rất là nhiều dự án ra đi, nhưng mà thay vì đấy để lại những cái dự án bền vững và thật sự là có giá trị, không chỉ là đối với những nhà đầu tư mà thậm chí là đối với cả những người sử dụng nó nữa. Và cái xu hướng đầu tư của những cái nhà đầu tư trong năm 2022 đó chính là đầu tư vào những dự án không còn là crypto mà thay vào đó trả lời được những cái câu hỏi cực kỳ cốt lõi, làm thế nào để chúng ta có thể giải quyết được những cái bài toán khó liên quan đến trách nhiệm của chúng ta đối với xã hội, đối với con người cũng như là đối với môi trường. I would like to summarize a few key points from our panel discussion is that the turbulence in the current crypto and blockchain market in general has left back some of the more sustainable and development blockchain projects. And thus, the future market insights for the rest of 2022 will be, the investor will be looking for projects that have sustainable value and will answer hard questions such as corporate responsibility and solve global issues, not only for human but also enterprises as well. Vâng, và nhắc đến công nghệ thì trước giờ chúng ta chỉ nghĩ công nghệ nó là những cái gì rất là đơn giản đúng không ạ? Nó là điện thoại này, nó là laptop. Thế nhưng mà khi mà công nghệ mới thì càng phát triển thì chúng ta lại càng muốn hiểu biết nhiều hơn về nó. Và blockchain cũng như thế, sự ra đời của blockchain đã khiến cho con người muốn tìm hiểu kỹ hơn và tìm hiểu về cái mặt sau của những cái thứ mà chúng ta đang cầm nắm được trên tay đây. Và một trong những cái mảng công nghệ mới của blockchain mà chúng ta mà tất cả mọi người đang được quan tâm đó chính là Layer 2. Đó là mảng công nghệ đang được phát triển rất là mạnh mẽ và nhận được nhiều sự quan tâm. Vậy để hiểu sâu hơn về Layer 2 và tiềm năng mà công nghệ này đang nắm giữ, chúng tôi xin được mời tiến sĩ Đặng Minh Tuấn, Chủ tịch Liên minh Blockchain Việt Nam, và chắc là đối với nhiều người Việt thì đây cũng là một người rất là nổi tiếng vì anh cũng là người đã sáng tạo ra bộ Unikey. Vâng ạ, xin mời anh. I would like to introduce Mr. Đặng Minh Tuấn, Chairman of the Vietnam Blockchain Union, to have a presentation on Layer 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Đặng Minh Tuấn. I am head of blockchain lab of Post and Telecommunication Institute of Technology. And I also am chairman of Vietnam Blockchain Union. And today I'd like to give you some information about the blockchain version 2. And first of all, I'd like to say something about the Ethereum and smart contract, and then some problems of Ethereum version 1, and then I'd like to talk about what is Ethereum version 2, and finally I'd like to say about the impacts of Ethereum version 2. Today, everyone say about the ecosystem, about the DeFi, decentralized finance, about the play to earn, and etc. But in my opinion, without smart contract, could not no ecosystem, no decentralized finance, because without smart contract we have only payment system. Like Bitcoin, we can only send and receive coins or token. And here is something about the Ethereum today. At the morning I go to the website of Ethereum and I find out some numbers on the website. As you can see here, we have more than 50 million smart contracts on Ethereum. And also more than 1 billion number of transactions today. Also, we have more than 71 million accounts with Ethereum balance. And then talking about token contracts, at Ethereum we have 553,000 token contracts, and at Binance Smart Chain you can see there are more than 2 million and 561,000 token contracts. And we can see at Binance Smart Chain is a huge number of smart contracts. And here are some problems of Ethereum today. According to digital economics, Ethereum use more than 106 terawatt-hour of electronic energy per year, comparable to Kazakhstan power consumption and carbon footprint similar to Morocco. And you can see a single Ethereum transaction consumes more than 265 kilowatt-hour energy, which is equivalent to the power consumption of an average US household over nearly 9 days. This is only for one transaction. Additionally, Ethereum faces other issues, including speed. Currently, it can only process a maximum of 15 or 20,000 per second. And then the fee of Ethereum is too high. You can see on this picture, Ethereum has only 20 transactions per second. And the Visa could do 24,000 transactions per second. And this picture is a little old because right now we have Solana, which has more than 65 transactions per second. And here is some Ethereum in comparison to some other blockchains. You can see the TPS of Ethereum is 15, and Binance Smart Chain nearly 100. And Solana, as I said before, has 65,000 transactions per second. And the fee, regarding the fee personal transaction, Ethereum has 15 US dollars per transaction. And you can see at this picture at 14 January this year, the fee get all-time high, which is 46 US dollars per transaction. And you can see here the Solana has a very small fees. So I like to talk about what is Ethereum version 2. This is, first of all, there is a replacement proof of work by proof of stake. And then in Ethereum version 2, we have the sharding. That is, the network is split into 64 small networks. And then at Ethereum version 2, they introduce new Ethereum virtual machine, which is Ethereum WebAssembly. And then there are some roll-ups and sidechain technique also included in the Ethereum version 2. And also there is a new fee structure in the Ethereum version 2. As you can see, the Ethereum version 2 will target 3 large scale problems. That is clock-gate networks, lack of disk space, and expensive energy usage. And this is a roadmap of Ethereum version 2 updates. And at the December 2020, there was phase 0, and there was the launch of beacon chains and implementation of proof of stake mechanism on Ethereum network. And then at the middle 2021, there was phase 1. At this phase, there was implementation of a shard chains, sharding to improve scalability on the network. And phase 1.5, there was the merging of original proof of work blockchain with the proof of stake blockchain. And at the phase 2, there's been improvement to other accounts, transaction, and smart contract execution. And after that, there would be increasing Ethereum network functionality with more feature and improvement. We could divide the Ethereum version 2 updates to 3 stages. Phase 1 is a beacon chain. As I said before, it introduced proof of stake to Ethereum ecosystem. And then the merge current Ethereum mainnet will merge with the proof of stake algorithm from previous proof of work. And the next one is the shard chains. There's a multi-phase upgrade to improve Ethereum scalability and capacity. You can see in this picture the beacon chain is in parallel with the old Ethereum, and this continue to the merge, and at this point two networks will go in one, and there was and after that will be the sharding. And this is the internet working of Ethereum version 2. We can call it proof of stake also. At the top, you can see that there are set of validators and minimum of 16,398 required for launch of phase 1. And then at every epoch, rundown combined with effective balance. This is algorithm for the random number, and it's used to select block proposer, which is validator, and then also there are a committee selected randomly, and every committee has a minimum of 128 validators assigned to create test stations. There is also the structure of Ethereum version 2. At the top, we have a main chain, and there are staking validators there, and then the beacon chain provides random numbers to choose the sharding and committee to create blocks and verify the created blocks. And at the bottom, we have a virtual machine that provide a state execution result. And something about the Ethereum virtual machine. When you create some ecosystem or some function of decentralized finance, we have to deploy, to have to write some smart contract, and the most famous, the most popular language is the Solidity. And the smart contract get compiled into the bytecode, and then the bytecode is executed on the Ethereum virtual machine, and the result spread across the network. And that's why is the Ethereum virtual machine important. In my opinion, first of all, virtual machine provides runtime environments for smart contract, and then it can functioning as a decentralized processing unit and keeping track of state changes, and keep the Ethereum one state, which is account balance or storage. In the Ethereum version 2, we have a new Ethereum virtual machine, which is called Ethereum WebAssembly. And this is WebAssembly with the non-determinism and plus the metering Ethereum interface methods used to interact with the Ethereum. And then that can create an EVM transcompiler and metering injector as an an Ethereum WebAssembly contract. And a clear and well-documented specification of the Ethereum interface and the Ethereum WebAssembly contract semantics and finer details. And also that could create a WebAssembly backend for the SOLC compiler. And can provide instruction and library for writing smart contract, not only in Solidity but also in C and in Rust. And what will be Ethereum's version 2 impact? Ethereum will be changing its fee structure and then introduce of a shard chain aims to increase the transaction speed of the Ethereum token, potentially scaling it up to 100,000 transactions per second, thus having the possibility to lower Ethereum fees and faster transactions. Another advantage of proof of stake is that it makes a 51% attack almost impossible or not sensible to the bad actor. That is because in order to launch a 51% attack, the person must take at least 51% of the total amount of Ether in circulation. The merge also will reduce Ethereum energy consumption by nearly 99.95%. More types of decentralized finance transactions, new and different kinds of security, token, NFTs, and other distributed finance applications. More than complex and cheaper smart contracts using zero knowledge, roll-ups and optimistic roll-ups. Increasing network participants will further decentralize the blockchain. And to conclusion, I would say that the Ethereum will remain Ethereum, and as time goes by, it will be technically improved and be ready for the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Duckmington, for the presentation. And now we have come to the end of the afternoon session of the first day of the event. I would like to thank you all for participating in the event today, and we would love to see you on the second day as well. Remember that that is only a portion that the event has to offer. In tomorrow's meeting, tomorrow's event, we'll have a lot more investors, a lot more businesses that will come and make presentations, and you'll be able to foster a lot of connections that way. And after today's afternoon session, there will be a one-on-one meeting again, like we have in the morning. And on behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank you again for participating in today's event. Thank you.